This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, well, I'll call the meeting to order, and I guess today's going to be one of those days that everyone will have to bear with computers and the phones and all the things that are going on, because Brian's having difficulty, and I had my laptop fixed yesterday at the county, so I'm on my iPad today because I guess the 24-hour warranty wore out. So we'll call the meeting to order. Could I have confirmation of the movers and seconders for confirmation of the agenda? And I can only see a few of you, so just speak out, please. Okay, so my earphones aren't working either, so we'll put those away. Oh, there's some. Okay, Barb.
I'll second it, John. Martin here.
Mayor Woodbury has left the meeting. Deputy Mayor Milne, I think he's having connection issues. Mover and seconder, Councillor Dilbreen moved it. I believe Councillor Shipston was going to second. Just confirmation of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that motion? Not hearing any opposition, I'll declare that carried. Thank you. So, can you hear me now, Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the list tech presentation, is it not?
We just have to do resolving into committee of the whole.
Right. I need to ask if anybody has pecuniary interest. Does anyone have a pecuniary interest related to any item on the agenda today? Okay, hearing none. If one should arise during the course of the meeting, declare it then. We need a motion to resolve into committee of the whole. Is there mover and seconder, Madam Clerk?
I'll move, Michael.
Thanks, Mike. Seconder?
Jason, I'll second it.
Thanks, Jason. Anyone opposed to that motion? Hearing no opposition, I'll declare that carried. Now the next item is the list tech presentation, Madam Clerk. I apologize, I haven't got my agenda open in front of me here.
That's okay, Deputy Mayor. Just one more for the appointment of chair, but I see Mayor Woodbury is back, so he can maybe take that on.
Excellent. Excellent. I'll turn the meeting back to the mayor.
Thank you. And as I said at the start, looks like things are going to be fun with computers today, because I got kicked out twice already. Okay, declaration of pecuniary interest. If you have any, declare now or at any time. And we have a motion to resolve into the committee
Mayor,
of the whole at 9:03. Yes?
We already did that one. We're just on the appointment of chair.
Oh, okay. Good. Then forget what I said. We have a motion to appoint a chair. Need mover and seconder and a suggestion. Michael, move. And who do you suggest?
John Woodbury. We already suggested this. We did all this already when you were out.
Oh, okay. So we're on the presentation. I'm sorry.
No, no.
So
Mayor Woodbury.
Okay.
No. Mayor Woodbury, we just did the motion to resolve into the committee of the whole. We didn't do the appointment of chair.
I appoint John Woodbury.
Oh, okay. So there we go. Michael's got it moved. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
And again, I can't see hands, so let's just speak up. Okay, Barbara.
Spoke up.
Are there any other suggestions? Yeah. Okay. Is any discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay, so point B is the chair you're getting into today. I have a motion. Committee of the whole received the list tech presentation for information, and that committee of the poll recommend the council receives that list deck presentation for information. Mover and seconder, please.
Barbara will move.
Was that Brian and Jason I heard?
I
Barbara
hope
move
not.
it?
It was Barbara, but can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll
I can, but
second
it
it,
seems
John.
like I'm on a time delay.
Yeah.
I'll second it, John.
Okay.
Jason.
So Barbara and Jason, and thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we have Mike, Sarah, and Simon from ListDeck here, and welcome. We're always glad to meet with you and see how we can work things out and what we can do. So if you would like to go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. I will be beginning the presentation here. Just to introduce myself, my name is Mike Beswick. I'm the Vice President of ListTech. Been with the company now for more than 10 years, and I'll be joined by my illustrious colleagues here, Dr. Sarah Mason-Renton, our Business Development Manager, and Simon Muhlendyk, the Facility Manager for the Southgate OMRC. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. And we can get started. If computers are going to cooperate today, of course. Seems to be the theme. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Nope.
Apologize for that. GoToMeeting crashed as soon as I tried to share. I'll just, if someone could make me the presenter again, that would be great. Okay.
Oh, looks like it might be working.
All right.
There we go.
Gotten 500 this morning, not bad. Okay. So thank you all for allowing ListTech to meet with council today and share some of the updates of ListTech International as a company, and also our developments and investments within Southgate Township. So with that, just want to jump into sort of where ListTech is as of spring 2022 as a company with now global operations. The focus of the company has remained the same since the very beginning, since you met ListTech. We are looking to close that loop between municipalities and agriculture and offer a full cycle resource recovery solution that really marries those two groups together and provides sustainable options and sustainable solutions for organics management, going forward and into the future. So our company has been quite successful in the production of our clean products, primarily fertilizer, of course, up in Southgate County. So the company as a whole employs 35 people or so, the majority of which are environmental engineers, agrologists, environmental scientists, and of course a fair number of system operators as well. So We have now 2 regional organic material centers, material recovery centers worldwide. Of course, the Southgate OMRC was our first, located in Dundalk, but its sister site is located in Fairfield, California, which is supporting the Northern California organics management market as well, which would be cities like the city of San Francisco, Palo Alto, Oakland, Santa Rosa, some of the bigger cities down in that area, again with a fairly similar business model to what we're doing in Dundalk. So obviously fantastic that the template site for Southgate has been able to replicate sort of across the world, and we look at more and more plants each year. So in addition to those facilities that we own and operate ourselves, we also have 9 in-plant customer-owned and operated facilities. I'll be showing a few photos of those later on. We also licensed our technology to another private regional processor over towards the Cornwall-Kingston area, and we have about 4 new plants in design and construction at the minute. So our engineering team is quite busy. So that all leads up to about 17 of our Listec THP modules installed worldwide, servicing more than 55 generators of biosolids and organics feedstocks. So just to show what that looks like on a map, you can see that we've got quite a concentration of activity in the Southern Ontario markets and close to home, but as well, quite a number of customers towards the California part of the world. Some plants further afield in places like Saskatchewan, and now a project that we're actually commissioning next week in United Arab Emirates, where we have exported one of our systems to help them. So this just gives you a sense of how Listec is servicing biosolids and organics management in the Southern Central Ontario regions. The blue dots on this map are customers of the Dundalk Southgate OMRC. So as you can see, there's quite a local touch there. We have quite a number of the surrounding communities like West Grey, Walkerton, Teeswater, Shelburne, Orangeville, sort of all contributing towards the regional facility and driving that operation forward. The green dots you can see here are our in-plant installations. That's where we do the work on processing on site. Actually, we're quite excited to announce soon. You might have seen some of the news releases about the Erin wastewater treatment plant that's going in there, and quite exciting for Listec. We were pre-selected as the biosolids management technology for that facility, and are looking to get started on that this year. Similar sort of story that I was mentioning for the Fairfield facility. This is San Francisco for reference. This is Oakland. So our facility is located sort of just outside that area, near farmland, quite a productive agricultural area. So similar story where we're connecting this municipal region to hungry agricultural outlets so that we can close that loop between human consumption and ultimately agriculture, and that's really the core of our company. As we get out to the Midwest, we've got facilities in St. Cloud, Minnesota, Michigan. We've got 2, one actually just commissioned, this one here, and another one hopefully coming in the next few months here. We should be getting going on that. So for anyone who hasn't seen a Listec plant or the inside of a Listec plant, just thought it might be useful to show you what our facilities look like. So this is the facility in Elora, Ontario. There's our reactor there. Some of the mechanical, electrical equipment required to do the processing operation. Similar story over in St. Thomas, Ontario, where you can see our facility is actually located in here. and similar story as well in Innisfil, Ontario. These are some of the plants that we have in the United States, as I mentioned, St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Fairfield OMRC, similar to the Southgate facility, as I mentioned, and the Goleta, California food waste processing and management reuse project. So all in all, we have made tremendous progress on the market acceptance of List2Grow biofertilizer. You know, consistently the story has been one of very, very, very receptive agricultural base who've been, you know, excellent partners in this process. All told, we've now sold and applied more than 1.6 million tons of this this product, and that's resulted in more than 100,000 tons, or sorry, 100,000 acres of agricultural land fertilized with our product. So more than 350 farmers have signed on to our programs, and of course we're very proud of that fact. So you can see some of these photos. This is actually up in Southgate. You can see one of our tanker trucks coming, being unloaded with one of the local fertilizer application companies into the injector. This is what that process looks like when we're complete. So it's a very neat and tidy process when it comes to the sale, movement, and application of that product. Of course, as no-till farming becomes, you know, more and more of a consideration, you know, our methods really are lining up with the sustainable future. So all of that contributes to a reduction in greenhouse gases, of course that better economic environmental model that we're all searching for as we strive towards sustainability of this particular sector. So you know, overall, there's a lot of environmental benefits of what we do. Landfill diversion is a big one, I think, as more and more communities are, you know, nobody wants a landfill in their town, and as we can reuse products that have value, we avoid that process. So that's a big one. Climate change resilience and improving soil health by adding carbon to the soil and structure to it. You know, I think that's very, very serious consideration for the long-term health of farmers in the community. And of course, I think, you know, with recent events, you know, the thought of local sustainable fertilizer production, I think, is more relevant than ever. So we're very, very proud to be part of that solution. We're very thankful for the support that we received from Southgate as a whole to make that happen. And yeah, so all of that feeds into, you know, a very efficient process and a net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions associated with this process. So that's a big one. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Simon Muhlendyk, who will be giving an update on the Southgate OMRC overall. And then we'll flip back to some of the opportunities for the future that we'd like to discuss.
Thanks, Mike. It's nice to be here. I see a lot of familiar names and faces. It's too bad we couldn't do this in person, but is what it is. If you move on to the next slide, Mike, for me, please. So just a quick overview on our site and our operation here. Currently, we employ 12 employees at the Southgate OMRC, various roles from plant manager, maintenance supervisor, administrators, quality control technicians, plant operators, and our one AZ truck driver. We have fantastic employee retention. Majority of the employees have been with the company for 5 to 9 years, which is impressive with the facility only being built in 2013. Local revenue spent, or expenses spent in the area, we're approaching $17 million since 2013. Majority of that is the land application program we run, but that also touches on various other contractors, suppliers, and service technicians that we use within the area. We're up to over 40 customers that have brought material to the facility. Again, this does, as Mike mentioned, this does range from larger cities such as Toronto, Guelph, Kitchener-Waterloo, but we're able to assist communities in the local area such as Durham, Shelburne, Arthur, and with 2/3 capacities and room to grow, maybe Dundalk one day, for all I know. We hope so. But as the last note there, or item there is, we're seeing ever increasing demand for our processing services as municipalities mandate beneficial reuse of the biosolids, but also just frankly, a lot of landfills are shuttering away from accepting biosolids in today's present scenarios. Feel free to move on, Mike. Again, as Mike touched upon, our List to Grow program, a little bit more Southgate centric for our facility. We've sold over 800 cubic meters to our local area. That's about 60,000 acres fertilized. Through our trials that we've completed, we've shown that we are a suitable replacement, if not a better replacement for, or just as good a replacement for commercial fertilizers when growing various crops such as corn, wheat, hay, soybeans, canola, all the crops that we grow in this area. But not only that, but we're also able to build up the organics in the soil to help protect the farmers, the crops to the variability we see through the seasons, whether it's lack of rain or too much heat. A healthier soil helps prevent or assist with assuring that these crops are going to be grown properly. We still have the same 2 subcontractors that we've had since day one. They continue to provide reliable quality land application services. As you might know, our application season typically runs from spring till fall. In the spring, we're applying before crops, corn, wheat, or canola, soybeans. In the summer, we're applying to hay ground, which has seen a lot of interest. There was a lot of hesitation at the start with injecting directly into hay ground, but kudos to our land application appliers. They've developed methods that we're able to seamlessly apply the nutrients into the ground without disturbing the hay too much. And lastly, after the crops are off, we're applying after harvest until we're unable to due to inclement weather. This land application division essentially has about $1 million budget every year and directly employs 10 to 15 additional local drivers and tractor operators in the area. Directly meaning if we weren't without us, these guys wouldn't have these jobs. Throughout the year, that is what they're dedicated to. Go on, Mike. We're never satisfied, always improving. Just a couple of notes to how the items that we've improved over the years with the different items there: processing, air treatment, product loading, and buying our first truck and tanker. Processing, adding another reactor in 2014, another boiler to help with processing capacity. Continuous air treatment, upgrade on Reservoir 1 in 2017. The addition of an additional air treatment system in 2018. Product loading, adding a second loading station, improving the pumps so we can have faster load times to get the material out to field as fast as we can. As you know, maybe in spring, hopefully not this spring, but it's maybe looking like it. That window can be pretty short sometimes leading up to planting, and a very efficient land application program is very necessary to assure that our customers get the product they need. And we were able to buy our first highway tanker with a contract that we secured with the town of Orangeville, and we were able to hire a local driver full time to do this. You can go on, Mike. Okay.
So just wanted to jump back here. So what we're talking about for next steps, So this summer, Listec is looking to initiate a project to replace Reservoir 1's cover. That's it here, if you can see it. This was the original cover built as the first phase of the facility. We learned from different suppliers, I think, with Reservoir 2, you can see some of the differences in the construction techniques of that particular system. So this summer we are looking to complete that replacement work and install an upgraded cover, which will hopefully mitigate and we expect will completely resolve any of the remaining challenges or nuisances that may be observed in the community. So that's a big step for us. That's a significant project. As I mentioned, we're getting started on that right away and making plans for summer construction. So wanted to get that information across to council and make that public. As part of that, we will be able to enhance our odor management systems with superior collection, addressing some of the challenges that we have seen with this cover in the winter time. So in addition to that, we have made a request previously to purchase the land adjacent to our facility. It's located right here, just out of picture. The reason for that is multifold, and I do want to get that across. And so the reason that we gave a fulsome presentation on Listec today, and not just our operations in Southgate, is just to show how quickly the Listec technology as a whole is expanding globally, and what kind of pressures that's putting on our business as we grow, and where we look to make these investments going forward to support those operations. So one of the things that I failed to mention when I was going into the overview there is we have 17 of our reactors, our modules operating worldwide. A good portion of those were actually produced locally in Dundalk, and I think that's a story that maybe doesn't get out as much as it ought to. But AdvanEdge Technologies, one of the high-end mechanical fabricator designer shops down on Hanbury Street, that's a relationship we've had since we began building the facility, and it's one that's really stood the test of time as we build more and more of our modules to ship worldwide. I'm sure everyone on this council is certainly aware of and has likely experienced some of the challenges associated with supply chain. And so as we look to take on more projects, we do wonder and are actively investigating where we can get a stronger base to support that. And certainly these lands are something that's under active consideration as we evaluate our investments. So with that, that is the Listec presentation and what we're hoping to cover today. I thank you again for the opportunity to meet with you all, tell the Listec story, and let you all know where we're going in terms of next steps and our investments in the Southgate community. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. It's always a pleasure talking with you and meeting with you. And we haven't seen each other for a long time now, but we'll get there. Yeah, I'd just like to thank Listec in general for a lot of things. The amount of cooperation over the years with the township has been at a very high level. I've seen how you keep trying to improve and improve and improve. So that's would like to thank you guys again, and Mike for the overview of the what else was going on there. That was it's always good to see. Are there any questions from council? And again, I can only see some of you, so you'll have to speak up if you have any. Jim?
Good morning, Listec team. The The start of your program was some 13 or 14 years ago, and you had an agreement with the township that there would be no royalty paid for the first 2 years. Your feedstock coming in was coming in from the Ashbridges Bay plant, and you were paid $97.50 a ton to take that material, plus the delivery was by township or the City of Toronto vehicles. The royalty at the time was 25 cents per ton. The amount of money you receive from the City of Toronto now is $110 per ton. Do you think that your statement of always improving could improve on the royalty?
So I just want to cover a few things in that, and Simon can feel free to fill in. You know, I think the royalty is, from day one, we knew that was an important piece of keeping all of our interests aligned, supporting community, supporting Listec, and Listec supporting the community, and that is top of mind for us. You know, it's a worthy question, whether or not that's something that we would entertain. My response at this moment would be, I do want to clarify that the royalty does work not just for received materials, but also for shipped materials. So Simon, please do correct me, but I believe it's 50%, or sorry, 50 cents on the way in, but also 50 cents on the way out. So it's $1 total.
25 cents and 25 cents out.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. That being said, the royalties are, of course, a portion of what we contribute to the township. There's also taxes that we pay, which are quite substantial. That all being said, this project that we're talking about this summer is a very substantial capital investment for Listec. You know, there's only so much revenue to be spread around, and that would be one of the challenges this year. But that being said, certainly we are open to that conversation going forward. But again, as we look at, we're in a very challenging business climate for businesses like ours. We have largely fixed price contracts with municipalities. And at the same time, fuel costs, as you're all aware, have escalated dramatically, and many of our raw material costs have also escalated dramatically in the last few months. So this is a sensitive time for Listec, especially as we undertake this capital investment. But that is something that we'd be happy to talk about into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to.
Any other questions?
Just one note for a correction. We have to organize the hauling of that material. It's not the City of Toronto truck, so a good portion of that cost is also the hauling of the material that we have to pay for.
When you first started, the City of Toronto was hauling it for no charge.
No, we've always had to organize the hauling.
Well, that's what Peter Marshall told me. He was the guy looking after the plant.
Sorry, we
we've
can't
always had the
comment
hauling.
on
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments from council?
Barbara? Barbara?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury, and hello, everyone. Hi, Simon, Mike, and Sarah. The couple of questions with regard to the proposed expansion. You know, there continue to be odor issues, and I'm glad to hear Simon mention the replacement or improvement of Lagoon 1. With the expansion, is it proposed that you're going to be expanding the number of lagoons, or are you expanding the internal operations? That's my first question. And because obviously you're trying to, you know, bring in more product and get more product out. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is there's another organization that is employing a negative air pressure building where the trucks and material are offloaded and washed before departing, is it LizTech's consideration that they would look to new technologies that would incorporate an internal loading of product going out as opposed to an environment exposed to the environment where you load the product into the truck outside? That's my other question. So not sure if that's a Simon, Mike, or Sarah questions, but thank you very much.
So I'll just speak to the first question there. So I do want to highlight that there was a headline that was not necessarily accurate, and that was in the Herald regarding our intents to expand as a part of purchasing that land. So the scenario there is that land was very nearly sold to Cigar Warehouse, which would have effectively eliminated any opportunity for us to further invest in the town of Southgate to support our operations. So that was the impetus and the driver to get that conversation going. As Simon mentioned, we're only operating at approximately 2/3 of our current approval, both environmentally and system capacity. So we have no immediate need to expand at this moment, and that's not what this land purchase is being contemplated for at this time. I don't want to make commitments because I do not have capital budget secured for any expansions or upgrades utilizing that land at this time. But what I can say is that we are actively considering what opportunities are available for us to run not necessarily Southgate's operation, our local fertilizer production operation. But as I mentioned, we're doing somewhere between 2 and 3 new projects every year, which requires staging quite a lot of equipment, and the largest equipment, the reactors and the feed tanks, are produced locally in Southgate. So having the opportunity to build another area to potentially stage that is something that we're actively considering. Again, I do want to state emphatically that we have no committed capital budgets for any project on that facility, any project on that piece of land, but those are the sorts of things that we're considering, as we plot our expansion into the future overall as a company, not necessarily at Southgate as an OMRC. That being said, on the second question, I'd like to highlight that all of our cake receiving, which is definitely the more odorous product, is all completed within a negative pressure enclosed building with a complete wash down of those trucks before they leave site. That's been key to our operation since day one. Part of our commitment to the community, of course, and something that we take very seriously. When it comes to loading product, that is a bit of a challenge to put that indoors, just with how the site has been constructed from a footprint and sort of layout perspective. What I can say is that we do have Simon, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe there's an active exhaust system on the truck loading facility so that we can have the headspace surrounding the trucks where we're loading captured and sent back to our biofiltration system.
That's right, Mike. We have an exhaust fan that extracts that displaced air while we're loading the trucks to be treated for the outside trucks.
Thank you.
Follow up?
Yep, go ahead, Barb.
Thank you. And thank you for that answer, Mike. We didn't know that, and the reports that were in the paper was, all we could have assumed. So So thank you for clarifying that there's no immediate plans. I suppose that the only other question then is, because you have no immediate plans, and it could be 5-10 years down the road, would any expansion have to come, and maybe this is for our CAO or planner if he's here, would anything have to come back to the council of the day, site plan control, or, I mean, obviously you own the land, so what's to stop you from expanding tomorrow or 10 years from now? And understanding the sensitivities you are aware of, and Simon is very aware of. I'm just asking, does the conversation start again when you do decide to expand?
That's a very good question. So there's quite a few steps that we have to walk through to do any development on site. So the original facility, for example, we required approvals, 3 separate approvals from the Ministry of the Environment, and basically any deviation from what we're doing today or what's been approved in the past, which anything to do with those lands would be a part of, that would require a separate ministry approval. So that is one step. The next step is the Grand River Conservationist Authority. We did an extensive consultation with them when we built the first facility. And, I would expect that would be another conversation that would continue. The original facility was granted site plan approval through this council, through Triton Engineering, the township's engineer at that time. And certainly any further developments would be something that would be sent over for site plan approval, I would expect, and that would be what I would assume that your planner and Dave would expect as well. So that's sort of my comment on that. And I think overall, I think I would state that before any project gets going like of that nature, we would want to come back to council and have another opportunity to address and inform and hear any feedback of what is important and any sensitivities, because that's certainly what we're trying to do now with the project for Reservoir 1, and what we intend to do into the future. So, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, just to, I think there was some maybe assumption in that conversation that they have purchased the land. They have not purchased the land yet. So the land is basically, there's been an offer put in. We've asked for this presentation, and I'm sure Listec will be coming forward as their plans develop to put a more robust plan together as what would happen on that land and any other approval requirements. And then we would come into the site plan control issues.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Michael has his hand up.
Yeah, as a counselor and a resident close to the facility here, and the smell that we get, I mean, I can't be for it at this point. I mean, if you guys get the cover changed and you can get the odor under control, I mean, I could see myself going ahead with this. But at this point, I mean, there's just too many days that we can smell it that we need to, get that under control first before I think, the township, the residents here in Southgate would be happy anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Any other questions or comments?
Martin here, John.
Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, sir. Simon, this is for you. I'm looking at page 21, and it says enhancing the odor management systems. Councillor Slushin has just mentioned that. what is exactly enhancing? Are you going to add more of the same technology or totally refit with newer technology? Or just, could you go into a little bit more detail on that one statement, please?
I might actually let Mike take this one.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Defer to the engineer. All right. So
Yeah.
That's a great question. So there's a few things going on there. The cover itself, the new one will be constructed with a superior material to the first one. So this is a very modern product. It's a multi-layer product that was not available at the time of the first construction, and the second one will have substantially better containment properties. And so that's probably the biggest piece of what we're talking about. In addition to that, I mentioned that some of the challenges we have with snow accumulation can make accessing, some of the air treatment system that we want to more of a challenge during certain weather periods. So there's a physical component to the design that's changing as well. That's something we're taking very seriously with the designers, and our engineers are working hand in hand with them on. So that's probably the most major piece. We are investigating if there's additional treatment technologies that would improve, but we have not reached the end of that conclusion yet. We are working actively with our environmental consultants at GHD Engineering as we work to finish that conversation. But that's what I can state at this time.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. Any others?
Jason here, John.
All right. I'm not hearing any others.
Jason.
Jason, John here, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, no problem. Just wondering, when we're on the topic of smell, in your opinions, yous are the ones that are there, is it coming from the lagoon? Is it coming at loadout? Where is the smell, and when is it coming from, if you have a rough idea of that?
So that's a good question. And please don't blame me too much for trying to answer that in a fulsome way. So odor issues are very, very challenging from an engineering perspective because they're typically transient. They can come from multiple sources, and depending on weather conditions, they can appear or disappear, more or less instantly. And that is, very challenging as you work to address root cause. So I do want to point out that it is very common for Listec to get blamed when manure operations are going on in the surrounding area. Compost facilities next door, and they have their own challenges at times as well, which often we're lumped into. So I do want to make that point because I do think it is important. That all being said, I hope what you see here is that we take fulsome responsibility for our operation, and we want to do the absolute very best for the community. So that being said, we have our suspicions that it is challenges related to this reservoir one cover that has allowed any lingering issues to cause a nuisance, and that is why we're moving forward with replacing it and hoping to put the final nail in this coffin in terms of any offsite nuisances related to Listec.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Not hearing any. I'd like to thank the three of you for coming in, and like I said before, the cooperation dealing with Simon mainly over the years here has been very good, and trying to work together and solve any issues that are around. So I'd just like to thank Simon for that again. And it's nice meeting Mike and Sarah. So thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll take all this into account.
Appreciate you
So
having
I'll
us.
call the question here on receiving this for information and suggesting. No problem, Simon. And recommending the council do the same. Any more questions or comments? Is anyone opposed? That is carried. Next, we move on to 7.1, Council Code of Conduct. I need a mover and seconder for this motion.
I'll move it, John. Martin.
I saw Martin's hand move, and Jim. I think I must be on a bit of a delay or something with how this is working for me. So, Dave, go ahead with your report on code of conduct, please.
We'll get hooked up audio-wise. So just in light of the conversations we're going to have this morning regarding roads and other issues, I just wanted to reintroduce the Council Code of Conduct. And in light of some comments from staff after council meetings, in the last few months, the one thing that I think council should always do is reflect on the code of conduct from time to time. There's a few statements in the the document in relation to statements of principles. Duly elected public representatives ensure to operate a foundation of integrity, transparency, justice, truth, honesty, and courtesy. And then we get into general obligations that make every effort to act fair and in good faith and care, respect individual rights, values, beliefs, personal traits, refrain from making statements that are known to be false or intent to mislead the public or council. And then I think the big one that really reflects around today's discussions is that when we make decisions, we need to look at big pictures, but we need to act as custodians of assets, tether ourselves as being owners of the assets and responsible for them from a board perspective. The community places trust in council and those it appoints to make the decisions that are in good public good and in relation to these assets. And I think the point here is as custodians and ultimately indirect owners of those assets as a board of directors, we need to make sure the comments that we make are help manage risk. We wouldn't say bad things about the properties we own. So we shouldn't say, or just be cautious of what we say in relation to some of these assets and how we manage them, because risk management is a big deal, and how we describe our challenges is really important. And I think those are things we're going to talk about in relation to roads and the management of those assets and what level of investments we need to make to create the level of service that we want for our roadways, which may be different from one to the other based on traffic counts and the need for that level of service on that specific roadway. And then what is the investment that we're going to make in that roadway to make it stand that test of managing it at that level and ensuring that the roadway is delivering the level of service that's required based on the investment. That may, look at, analyzing traffic counts versus end use versus, paved road, gravel road, and maybe the speed limit on those roads that we see some municipalities lowering. But I'll leave it at that. I just want to preface, today's discussions with those kinds of things in mind, because we are going to get into managing of those assets and understanding what those assets are as they presently are on the ground, and what investments may be required if we want to bring things to a higher level or take things backwards to the service that they maybe should be receiving in order to cater to the traffic counts or levels of service requirements that they have or require. So that's really the introduction to the rest of the discussions, specifically about roads, but other assets as well.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Any questions? Okay, hearing any. Is anyone opposed? Okay, I'll declare that passed. And we'll move on to 7.2, roads discussion. You can speak up because I can't, I can only see a couple of you.
I'll move it, Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, and I think I heard Martin. So welcome, Jim.
Morning, good people. As Dave had touched on a few points in his introduction on his previous report there, but we're having this discussion today with council regarding some comments that we've heard through different council meetings and through resident inquiries as well, and trying to bring this forward to make a strategy, make some decisions going forward on how we are going to get down this road together. So I'm going to walk through a few sections here that we've broken into, and we'll take questions at any time if you wish. But anyhow, I'll just go back into the current status of the roads and bridges infrastructure. As we alluded to in our 2021-054 report, for rationale that based some decisions on what our capital budget needs and requirements for 2022 were, that gave council some information on traffic counts, and the chart, which is in this report as well, was in that report. The difference with this chart compared to that staff report in 21 is that any of the projects that were given the green light for 22 are taken out of this chart, and this chart still reflects the according to our studies, the bridge study, the 10 worst bridges according to BCI, and the 15 top roads with the lowest pavement condition index, or some of them are gravel, which don't have a pavement condition index reflected with them. In this chart as well, some bridges are on roads that are also up for some determination of improvement. Barb?
Through the chair, thank you, Jim. I'm having a little trouble following along, and I'm wondering if the charts that you're referring to could be displayed on screen. The attachment, when I go into it, is one page. And I'm not sure if you're actually in your report or if you're in the attachment. Lindsay, is it possible to share?
It's page 2 of the report.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Page 2 of the report. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have it open. Thank you.
Under the first topic that was headed current status of roads and bridges and infrastructure under staff comments. So again, this chart, like I mentioned, has been updated with the projects taken out that will be for improvement this year. So As indicated before, there are no bridge works in the 2022 budget as far as major bridge works. There obviously is some road crossing culverts, small diameter, taking place, but they're not accounted for in this chart. But again, we will be supporting this more going forward. Is our strategy to supply council with traffic counts and more current data than some of the bridge study in the previous reports were just assumed as being a low volume road based on their geography and where they were. But anyhow, we are trying to capture them. One of the things with traffic counts is that we have devices that use a couple hoses that are strung across the road, and they become damaged at times. We've had when they're in somebody's ditch area, somebody cutting the grass, they cut them. We've had them, we think, a little bit vandalized at times. They've been punctured with other things going over top of them possibly. But we are looking at the problem with that traffic counter is it's hard to apply those traffic counts and that machine on a gravel road with the coarse materials and the gravel as such puncturing those hoses. So we are looking into other traffic counters that are more radar inline detection, and current pricing we're looking at is about $6,500, but that would give us a better capture on gravel road traffic counts as well, and not that maintenance issue with hoses. So again, we are looking into that. So just to look at this in more of a perspective down below on near the bottom of the chart, the last two lines, let's take them for instance, where 04 from grade 14 to side road 11, we had proposed in a previous budget to turn that back to gravel. But because we had purchased that hot box asphalt maker, we were able to do some repairs to that section and did not turn that back to gravel at the time. And yeah, it's a bit of a rough road, but it's still pavement at this point in time. But at the bottom of that chart is still that road section that again doesn't have a current count to it put to it, but we will get that. But see, the PCI is 27.32, and the one below it, 04 from 41 to 47, has a PCI of 48.33. These are 2019 numbers. Now, there's been some deterioration. There's been a bit of improvement in some areas as well. But you look at that traffic count of 855, and if you think that that section of road from 4 from 14 to 11 has, let's just presume 200 vehicles per day, are we going to prioritize roads with lower traffic counts like that and maybe have maybe a slightly different PCI? Or are we going to look towards the roads with the higher volumes of traffic that people are using more frequently and needing much more improvement with that amount of traffic carried on it? Has been mentioned in these studies as well, just underneath the chart as we follow along. The bridge report tells us that we need, in the next 5 years, $5.8 million to come up to standards according to what the province would like to see as far as where bridges, how their structures are evaluated. And then in the 6 to 10 years is $29.1 million. Again, these are similar to situations we see with the roads management study in 2019, that a request for a 10-year capital improvement program would be $20.1 million. And so that takes at least $2 million of budget per year just for that road infrastructure to keep that capital works invested. with that said, in that 2019 report also is that, about a third of our roads are in a condition rating of 5 or less, more so on pavement roads. And again, unrealistic. And other municipalities, we are not the only municipality in Ontario facing this. All municipalities in Ontario are facing this challenge. And again, without having support with extra grants and funding to help with the general taxation piece of the component to fund these, it's totally unrealistic that we can accomplish to get to that end goal in these short period of times. I'll take any questions at this point on that part of the report before we move forward, if there's any.
Thanks, Jim. Steve Martin has a question.
Martin here, Joe. Yeah, Martin here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Martin.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Jim. How are you? With these roads, depending on traffic count, would there be a financial advantage to if the road is paved or has some treatment to it? If we decide to go back to a gravel road, if it's not being used much, could that material being pulverized or lifted off, can that be reused onto another paved road, which we're trying to keep really in good condition because of the high traffic? Is it just garbage, or can we reuse it somewhere? The pulled up pavement. Just wondering.
Yeah, so
go ahead, Jim.
The technology we're using for the side road 73 road project this year from the Grey Highlands town line to Southgate Road 26, it's using a technology called cold in place. So that takes a machine coming up, and I'm sure you've ran across it. It seems to be on provincial highways and those type of functions as well. But that takes up that road base that's currently there of the pavement and places it down and compacts it back in. And then a paving operation comes over on top of that as well. So what we're seeing with that Side Road 73 project, as opposed to other pavement and just grinding that pavement and taking it away, is that this will build that base. So in fact, instead of having that 50 millimeter base that we currently have on that road, we will, with that base ground back in and compacted back in place, that the application on top will add another 50 millimeters. So we are going to basically have a 100-meter asphalt surface to that road section. So in those applications, yes. As far as just grinding it out and using it, it depends. Sometimes these materials are a little bit larger when they're ground up, depending on some of the machinery technology. We have utilized some of that material. We've used it in the lagoon laneway system before, but typically we don't take it and put it back to another road. It's taken to the gravel pit. It will get reclaimed through a process there at some point in time. Sometimes in other projects like the province or whatever, it goes back to the asphalt plant and is put into recycled materials as well there. But going to the OGRA conferences in the past, Ontario has a huge stockpile of reclaimed asphalt that's currently trying to get a better use for it, but the province has a huge stockpile of these type of resources, and currently not much of it, some of it, but not much of it going back into place. So the cold in place technology has that benefit of giving you more road base and using that material as well. If that answers your question, Martin.
Okay. Yeah, it does. It's I did remember reading, Jim, in one of the magazines from Good Roads, that a lot of especially rural communities were going back to gravel. Didn't mention anything about traffic. It was just mentioning they were doing it because it was the cheaper in the long run, but sometimes that's not good. So anyway, thanks for the answers, Jim. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll carry on then.
Okay, thank you.
So
Anyone else?
moving forward, I would like to well, not introduce because you all know Akash Desai, but he's our asset coordinator. He's going to touch a little bit late on this next section of our assets, and as well as some discussion on level of service. So I'll turn it over to you, Akash.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. So as you can see, there is a summary of what assets we have and what the acquisition cost was and what the estimated replacement cost is. We also have a breakdown of the roads by what type of road it is and how many kilometers of road we have. Attachment 1 goes further into what we've been spending on maintaining our roads in terms of the actual budgets for 2019 and 2020, what the projected final expenses will be for 2021, and what we've budgeted for 2022. Where the levels of service comes in here is with our final updates to our asset management plan under OREG 58817, which is due by 1st of July 2025. But Southgate has been pretty proactive in this, and Southgate has adhered to the original deadlines rather than the updated post-pandemic deadlines. With the final update of this asset management plan, it will necessitate discussions and conversations regarding what level of service we as a municipality, as a township, want to provide to our ratepayers. In addition to specifying the level of service, we would also have to provide a rationale for why we're proposing the levels of service in our asset management plan, and as well as a financing strategy that goes out 10 years following the adoption of that plan. Basically, all of this, Your Worship, through you to Council, is to say that the level of service that the township wants to provide will effectively be directly proportional to the amount of funds, financial resources we are willing as a township to put towards providing those levels of service. The other part to this as well is there is conversations obviously around turning paved roads to gravel, which there certainly is merit to that, but we also have to remember that that also comes with its own cost considerations. For example, an increased operational cost for maintenance gravel year over year. So these are some of the considerations that at some point we will have to discuss, the levels of service that we're willing to provide and how we're going to be financing the asset management plan to maintain those levels of service. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you, Cash. Neither do I. Let's see. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Nope, I don't hear any, so.
Okay, thanks, Cash. So just to keep moving forward here, we've given you, again, the capital projects for 2022 that have been approved and some awarded here, or most of them awarded here. Again, some of these, the single surface treatment, they're just buying a bit of time. And again, these are long sections of roads that need improvement. So we're doing the best we can with what we have for the time being to try and keep them at a status that will keep them out of having potholes being maintained quite often, and that type of scenario. There will be some sections along in these projects where we will do some dig out or replacement of an area that may be a little bit of a concern of some base work or whatever. But overall, again, these will just be some measures to buy some time for hopefully some grant funding coming along that can allow us to invest in longer, bigger projects. So again, there's a little bit of catch up. As we've discussed before, Croton Township, prior to amalgamation, did a lot of paving and did it with a thin coat at the time. And, you know, this 20 plus years later, those are all seeing the degrade of them at similar same time. Similar how we would assess what we look at the asset management plan for the water system in Dundalk. A lot of the water pipes were put in 1960. It's not saying that the pipes are bad, but the asset management plan tells us, you know, that has a life cycle of 50 or 60 years. So those life cycles are all coming up, and they're all coming up at the same time. So again, it's a balancing act. We have to juggle what we can do with what we have. But again, those are our projects this year to try and help with some of our areas of deficiency currently. So to move forward on from there, we've discussed pavements versus gravel. Again, this was a discussion in 2020 as well. Again, taking into account for average day traffic counts. And just again, in this one here, you know, in that report was that a gravel road for calcium and gravel grading is basically about $2,500 a kilometer per year, whereas the hot asphalt is 215. That number's a little out of date, I would say, but 215,000 per kilometer. So again, this was taken out of that report from in 2020, but those are similar type of allocations that need to be, whether it's gravel or pavement, that we're improving with. So.
Question?
Thanks, Jim. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a question for Jim. So with that math, then a paved road, if we can get 20 years out of a paved road, it's still beneficial to pave a road versus gravel if you're going to spend $2,500 a year. But I thought we did maintenance gravel every second year, or is that in the numbers?
Yeah, that should be in the numbers, but maintenance gravel is every year, but only half the township every other year. So 1 year it's the north side, the boundary is Gray Road 9 is how we've operated in the past. So Gray Road 9 North is 1 year for maintenance gravel application. And then the following year is the south side of Gray Road 9, and it flips back and forth. So.
Okay.
But you're right. Yeah, the investment there for 20 years is good investment, but we don't have the outlay all the time at once to put that forward and get that done at that moment of time.
Okay. I just want to get rid of the calcium and the if you can. I mean, you're adding chemicals to the ground that you don't need to, right? And it's just going to go up in price. So okay, just kind of wondering. Thanks.
Yeah. So again,
okay. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
No, Barb has a question.
Okay, Barb, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. One of the questions we would need to consider then also is the availability of that gravel if the province, I know that they're studying a cumulative effect of pits and quarries in proximity, and the availability of our own gravel source if we don't get another pit online. That has to be taken into consideration, correct? Because, yeah, it's less expensive to do the maintenance gravel over a long period of time, but we need to be able to access that gravel.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Barb. And again, we are just getting back into some discussions with our consultant and trying to wrap up the Stevens pit on 22, getting it licensed and going. We also are looking at some expansion over towards Holstein and having some discussions there. We'll be bringing to council for some. We're looking into options is what we're doing right now. But you're correct. If we don't have the source, then we're going to have to pay for it from somewhere else. So again, you know, if we can service our own needs for $3 or $4 a ton by the time we're done, as opposed to paying $9 or $10 for that, again, it's a cost savings in the long run for the township. So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I have a question, John.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, in this whole debate about pavement versus gravel, if we look at it from a service level perspective, would we not be better to go to the gravel? I know pavement certainly is nice when it's new, and perhaps potentially it has a 20-year lifespan. But after 10 years, of course, or even sooner, potholes, damage starts to arise. People tend to drive faster on asphalt, and when they hit bumps like that, they tend to be more magnified, as opposed to gravel, where people drive perhaps a little slower. And you know, if there are sections that become troublesome in terms of potholes and so on, we can quickly remedy that with the maintainers. In my mind, it's not just dollars and cents, although that is a big portion of it. It's not just dollars and cents, it's levels of service. And if we can provide a level of service with gravel, if a lower cost is involved, that's a bonus. But in my mind, for our less traveled routes, gravel is by far the better alternative in my mind. So I'm interested to hear more, maybe Jim's comments and maybe Akash's from a standpoint of you know, what their thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Jim?
Yeah, so they both will require maintenance, as you say, over time. And as far as asphalt as well, developing deficiencies, rutting or potholes. Yes, gravel, we can get out there and send the graders out. There has to be the opportune time to address the grading as well. We can't grade gravel like we see in some of these boil ups and the frost coming out in some areas. We can't get the grader on there to get that. We still have a road closed in the north end of the township there due to this type of condition, but we cannot get, you know, I agree, yeah, we may be able to get to the level of service quicker, but conditions do prevail to whether the operation can happen at that time or not. So, and that's the same as coal patch and even having the hot box. You know, we're out there filling these potholes and we run that hot box. We have to, that asphalt has to heat up. It's on a timer that sets it to start heating during the night. So by the time we heat up a load of that asphalt ready for the morning for the guys to roll out with, it's this machinery doesn't allow us the time to go back and refill it again and put out another mix that day, especially in colder weather conditions. In the hot blazing summer, we can maybe get that asphalt to heat up, but again, we have to rely on that cold patch, and it's not we've found good results with the hot box with staying in more, even at colder temperatures, and it's not popping. So it's a better alternative, but we only have the capacity with it to do so much work in a day as well for that operation. But I'll let Akash comment, and if he has one, and then I'll come back to it.
Thanks, Jim.
Obviously, Akash always has comments, so go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, I can't comment on the technical aspects of the work that needs to be done, but we should keep in mind that even with unpaved roads, there are ways of measuring surface condition. Usually it's on a scale of excellent, good, fair, or poor, and we would still have to provide that level of service. And again, as I said initially, whatever level of service we provide, there is a cost associated with it. And so really the discussion when we get to it will be what are we willing to pay and when are we willing to pay it. As Jim mentioned earlier, over the long run, paved roads require less operational expenses, but they require a significantly greater outlay upfront. So it all depends on what level of service we're wanting to provide. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? For my 2 cents, I think the big takeaway from this is, as a council, we definitely need to come up with more policy just to help direct staff into exactly what we want to do, and we're going to have to put the funds in it as well. It reminds me of county council just this last time that we were talking about speed limits and things like that, and there's engineering things, there's we have staff that are educated in the quality of the roads and how to do things, and I think we should be taking all of that into consideration. I like to get away from what I call the squeaky wheel roads, where just because we get some complaints, we put it on to get it fixed. If it's something that's come up and it just needs, falls under what Jim needs to do, that's fine. But I think we need to do it on sound information and have our roads planned repairs and how we're going to go, and whether we're going to be gravel or pavement and what the criteria is for that. So that's my 2 cents. Anything else from council? Okay, not hearing any. Did you have anything else on that, Jim?
Yeah, I'll move on to the next section then. That is about the reduced load restriction season, and we currently have policy in place. And again, we try to have been our theory and our strategy over time is, sometimes we need to put it on earlier in the season depending on weather conditions, and sometimes we need to keep it on for a lengthier period of if the road conditions, that frost hasn't come out. But there are municipalities, and there's a lot of signage out there you'll see driving the roads, not our roads, that have the tab that the load restrictions in effect from March 1st to May 1st. And that's an option that we could consider, and we do provide some exemptions even during the season with that day request of an email of a route, and we respond accordingly for where those trucks may be heading for. But again, we're trying to work with the community, and that's based on that whether the roads are stiff enough in the morning to handle what that is. Some of these projects are just around the corner off a county road, so there's not as much impact as of driving 5 or 10 kilometers into the whole road section. So there are some variables that we consider when we take exemptions into consideration, but you know, with the toughness of some of these roads and what we're hearing, the option is, do we want to look at posting March 1st, May 1st inclusive, whether we have to put it on earlier or extend it later? That's still our option, but do we want to see that this is our strategy, this is what we're going to do, March 1st to May 1st, there's no exemptions, there's going to be no that's going to be the period of time that'll be designated, and put those on the tabs as well. But you know, again, we're looking for feedback. We this year, it started out, we had a few requests early. Again, I say to some people about their projects, you know, this window's coming up for usually in the end of February, March. So why are you coming, you know, the second week of March telling us about starting your project? Why aren't you thinking about this in the early February type deal? And I know the conditions aren't right, but those are the scenarios that we come with. But this year we've had a lot less requests for exemptions. Especially from the cement companies. Generally, that's one of our biggest people that we hear from, and it's been pretty quiet on that front. I know there were some charges laid through our program last year, so you know, those operations are taking into consideration the implications if they are caught on our roads as well during that half load season, and no exemption, and not following the rules. So again, just a discussion point for council. If that's something we want to gear towards, by certainly all means we can gear towards that, and in effect change the bylaw as well to reflect those directions. So I'd like to take Mayor Woodbury comments on that section, if they're right.
Okay. Is there
Barbara?
any? Go ahead, Barbara.
Through you, and I think part of the discussion we need to consider is the, you know, we're gonna use the word climate change, but the fact that we're not getting the deep frost. My understanding is we're not getting the deep frost. We're getting fluctuating temperatures this year, where you're, you know, dramatic fluctuations, and then, you know, the thawing, the snow melt, and then add rain on top of that. And I think staff are doing a great job in trying to get around and monitor our roads. So kudos to staff, but that all has to take that all into consideration as to whether or not a road needs to be closed, or whether or not you can lift and make that exemption of that half load condition. Correct, Jim?
In some circumstances, yes.
Thanks.
So just to comment on frost, it is not equal all over. Frost is driven in at times with you know, the heavy trucks routes. You know, the county roads have a fair bit of frost go into them. That last water main in Dundalk on Holland Street, I believe they were into about 5 feet of frost getting down into there. So it depends on what's happening. The paved roads, if the water can infiltrate down in through, as far as cracks or potholes or whatever, they're going to see more frost than some roads that are newly paved. And again, it's a lot of how many vehicles are pounding on that day in and day out over those seasons. But it definitely, the freeze-thaw cycles that we see during climate change here happening earlier in the year before it got colder for quite a while, those rains kept driving down. That all impacts how much frost we end up seeing. So, and Some areas will be less if it has less travel on those roads. Gravel, they will, again, in areas that are in more wet condition rather than dry conditions, get into a boil effect when the frost is coming out. And we see that with that soft road condition. And again, we're trying up on the town line where it's still currently closed. We are in budget with Grey Highlands this year to put some money into that section of road to provide some improvement on road base. So again, we're taking little bites out of the elephant at times, but we can't be everywhere all at once. So
thanks for that better explanation, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on that? Martin?
Jason.
Martin here, John.
Okay.
Jason can go first.
We'll go with Martin.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Jason, go ahead, then Martin.
Go ahead, Jason.
I was just going to comment to Jim when he says about changing the bylaw or something. As we know, I drive a truck. I don't know. Like, are you talking going to the expense of changing the signs and everything? Like, it's pretty well known throughout, most of the trucking industry should know it's from March to May 1st. So I'm not sure whether we have to go through all that cost, or maybe that's not what you're talking about, the signs. Maybe it's more just the bylaw. Just wondering that.
Go ahead.
yeah, the bylaw itself would reflect that that it's going to stay in effect, kind of thing, for the whole 2-month season, and could be longer or shorter on one end or the other, or as far as coming on sooner or extending later. But no, not replacing all signage, but working at putting the tabs on that would go underneath our current signage that would say the March 1st to May 1st, and clearly indicate to the users of the road of that is going to be the restricted time period. Because like yourself, Jason, being a driver, I'm sure not every driver is looking at a bylaw. They should know the rules of the roads for sure, but they don't know specific bylaws. But you can drive, I can think of the area of Caledon, in those areas that those tabs are there, and they do keep their half loads in effect for that period of time, regardless if it's an early spring and everything's rosy and good, that they will keep them on. So
If I could just quickly jump back to your first part of your presentation, Jim, sorry. When we're talking about these paved roads or gravel roads, it just came to me, with the taxes off these Mennonite shops, I guess it's hard to break it down, but so if you have 5 shops on 1.25 miles of a road, with the extra taxes they're paying, maybe this is for Dave too, is some of that or a bunch of that money allocated to that, when we know, okay, this 1.25 miles has 4 shops on it, they're paying this much more tax than just a regular farm would. Just wondering that, like, if that's, I don't know how it breaks down. It's just a question.
Jim, did you want to handle that, or? Okay, we'll give it to Dave.
Well, I think it was a bit of an American standoff there a wee bit, but we don't analyze road section by road section based on the number of shops on it. I mean, we basically, traffic counts is what dictates our assessments of a road use.
yeah, but I think he's trying to get at, is there a financial contribution that could be knowing that those funds are there for these shop areas, and could those funds be diverted directly to roads? And I guess maybe that's a Liam question as well, or but we don't necessarily, as far as I know, break our tax into that kind of scenario.
No, I didn't think so. I'm just wondering, they seem to, some of them kind of go in clusters and like, so comparing it to street in Dundalk, that there's only five, I guess there's more houses, but a very low traveled street. We don't ever talk about putting them into gravel. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just saying. So I just wondered whether the money could be allocated so much off those farm taxes to the roads or into the reserves.
Anyone from finance want to chime in on that?
You want to, Akash or Liam?
Sorry, could we repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Sure.
It's basically where there's allocation for shops on a section of road, there's a cluster possibly of 4 or 5 shops. Could their commercial tax or industrial tax be directly inputted into a reserve or a bucket for road improvements, knowing that the type of traffic that's coming?
I mean, to answer that question, it could, theoretically. Well, Liam's here. I will let Liam answer that.
Okay, go ahead, Liam.
When that question was initially asked. So, could it be put in? The way it is right now, all the taxation goes into a single pot, and council could do an allocation to a certain reserve for that use, should they wish. If you wanted a certain portion of that individual's taxes to go into a certain specific pot, you would have to create a special area rate, which I don't think would be as useful as you might think for the small number that would be on the lot and us have to administer it. So it'd probably be easier if council put in money into a reserve for that use out of the general pot, even though it's indirectly taxation of that property.
Okay, is that good, Jason?
John, maybe I'll just make an initial comment.
Dave's up.
I just want to add to that conversation. I think we'd have to be careful. I think you'd have to do that assessment from maybe stop sign to stop sign, because you might have 5 shops in a mile and a quarter, or let's say in the 2-kilometer section, but it's in the middle between 2 roads to the north or south or east or west of that. So I think you'd have to analyze it by stop sign to stop sign, and because there may be 5 in one area and then none in the next mile and a quarter or 2-kilometer section. But again, I think the same thing would flesh out from a traffic study. So an average daily traffic flow would show this kind of the same thing, that a higher contribution would be available. Now, Liam, can we actually look at our taxation for commercial industrial in the rural area alone and take a percentage of that and allocate it to roads?
Again, internally we could do that. Like as far as the taxation rate and tax policy, no. But as far as the budget is concerned, we could estimate how much was rural commercial and decide how much of that goes into a bucket specifically for rural maintenance. But that's potentially adding an extra administrative layer that I'm not sure is really going to achieve the result that's intended.
Okay, thank you. Mark.
Thanks, John. Jim, with all this discussion about pavement and gravel and frost in the ground and potholes on both paved and gravel, I'm not a trucker. I know I see the load restriction signs. If if you were talking about opting to not permit any exemptions, I didn't realize you could give exemptions. That's how ignorant I am of the trucking industry. But with all this, if it's abused and there's people running the roads in this time, what kind of damage does that actually do to the road surface? And is that a contributing factor in the summertime when potholes start to come? Like, does it affect later on? And if it does, then I think maybe we should go to no exemptions and change the bylaw that way. Is there any effect? Well, there has to be an effect. That's why it's in place. But how damaging is it if these signs and notifications are abused down the, no pun intended, down the road in the summertime? Does it actually make things worse down the road instead of just natural occurrences?
Go ahead,
it obviously, just wondering.
Yeah, so again, let's break it into the gravel. So the gravel in those type of scenarios, if they're running and it's a sunny day, the frost is boiling out, they could get ruts in there, you know, a foot and a half or 2 feet deep all the way through a gravel road section in a tough area with a poor base and, you know, in a swampy type area or whatever, in a shaded area. Those type of places could see significant rutting, and that would be more immediate. The pavement, you could see it with the breaking of the pavement if it's already got some distresses of whatever, the edges crumbling or whatever. That will happen, begin maybe to happen, but it's likely to happen more as the season still goes on. You've already started to cause some damage. Now you're just making it carry on throughout as trucks, you know, turn that corner. If it's, you know, just getting that edge of asphalt in the shoulder, that starts to crumble and deteriorate. But generally, as a rule, the gravel will dry out and heal over time in the summer conditions. Again, extreme events and a lot of rain is going to make some of those tough areas possible to have issues later. But the pavements could see the effect carry on throughout as it keeps breaking away and no attention to it, you know, to try and save the area or whatever. So it can be both immediate and a little bit long term as well over time.
Okay, follow up to that, if I may.
Okay, and Michael.
So, yeah, so you did mention that the exemptions have gone down and they were mainly the concrete companies. Would there be a lot of flack if the township opted to not permit these? Because I know what you mean about the ruts. I never go on the Riverview Road at this time of year, so I know it can damage. Would it be beneficial to have no exemptions in that way?
Go ahead, Jim.
Again, we've tried to work with the community and, you know, and not outside of the community as well, coming through for whatever their reason or project or whatever's happening. Again, in the past, it has seemed to have been a lot of concrete that's been the ask. It's also been gravel. It's been other things as well. But you know, if we really think that our roads are this tough and we can't recover them, and I've had this discussion with my staff supervisors, maybe putting this into effect helps us buy the longevity more of the road. And again, it's a catch-22. You know, we try and, like I say, work with our community, but and we don't always, you know, we say no or whatever, but we try when it's favorable, we work with them, and that's only a per day request. That doesn't, we tell them you can't phone us up 2 days in advance and ask us for next Thursday. You can't say I want to do this all week long. It's day by day.
Okay.
And generally those exemptions are mostly for the morning. They don't generally run into the afternoon. Now they have on, you know, a day that's stayed really cold. But this is more in the beginning as the season, that half load season comes on. I had some a request yesterday of just feeling it out. But this time of year now, what we've went through and where we are, I can't, our internal discussions are, we will not be granting any exemptions unless for an extraordinary reason or for some emergency type of work that would need to be done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
John, I wouldn't mind commenting on Martin's first question just for a second before we go to Mike.
Sure.
One thing that we've kind of talked a little bit about, but a really, really important thing with roads is drainage. And I don't think that's been really brought to light. Whenever you see a road in a swamp, I mean, that's very vulnerable to, you can put the greatest road base in place, but if it's, the whole road is kind of sitting in water for that March and April month, that's the real problem, because, you know, when you take gravel and add a pail of water to it, it doesn't look so good for a while until it dries out. And that's really what we're doing, is we need to get water out of the roadway. And where you see, you know, unordinary places of breakup, there could very well be a spring in that road causing that problem at different times of the year. So anyway, drainage is a really, really important thing in roadway management.
Okay, thank you. Michael.
It's more or less for, I guess, Jim and Dave, and maybe even Liam too. I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, I don't have a problem with load restrictions. I understand why they're necessary, and I think we need to make sure we're enforcing it, especially when we live the way we do. And we got to save our roads as much as we can. A couple things though, I'm just kind of wondering, DC charges do we get from the industrial shops on these farms? So some of that money will be going towards roads. And then, you know, I understand Jim's frustration with the roads and the amount of money it's going to take to get it back to where we need to be. You know, as a council, I think we need to figure out a way that we can find some money to help them, because I mean, everybody needs roads to get to work, go shopping, do recreation, everything. I mean, the roads are #1 priority. I mean, I think most of our council, we've always put that in our budget. That's where we want to spend the most of our money on, is looking after the road. So I think we need to do something to help that department out. And so I'm not sure where we go from here, but if there's any extra money, I think that's where we should be dumping it, into our road. I mean, they're an asset down the road too, as you see from Akasha's report there. I mean, it's money well spent.
Maybe I'll take the first shot at that question, because I think there's a few multiple parts to it, John.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so with regard to the DCs, the only thing you can put in for DC is, let's go back to Jason's comment, and let's say there's a section of road that's 4 kilometers long, and we know that there's going to be 4 new shops go up on that roadway, and we think we need a higher level. Maybe it's in gravel, maybe it's in surface treatment, and we need to raise the level of service capability of that roadway. We could say, okay, Southgate Road X, from X to X, needs to be increased in road base and paving. So we could put that in a development charge to increase the level of service requirement for, you know, based on growth, and put that in a DC. If it's just replacing pavement, that's not a DCable. That's just replacing pre-existing. It's not an increased level of project or service. With regard to, you know, I think what it will take is you know, maybe looking at, you know, to manage the roads, do we look at a shorter window of 15-year replacement on pavements instead of 20? You know, the technologies will get better for pavement improvements, I guess, better coal patching and so on. But I think we got to find a middle ground, because I'm not sure we can afford or can ever afford to maintain the levels unless we meet somewhere in the middle and bring the level of service to meet the traffic counts and set the speed limits to match that capacity to upgrade, keep those roads going. Because when you look at the report, we have 500, I believe, I'm gonna stand corrected here, 518 kilometers or more of roads that we got to look after. That's everybody getting a little bit of money, and some getting a lot of money every 20 years or so to, bring them back to full life or upgrades through that period of time. So anyway, it is challenging in these climates, but I think the level of service and the management of the asset is a really important piece if we're going to create these millions of dollars that these reports are saying. Because if you look at replacement cost of paved road at $71 million, it's going to take a lot of tax years to pay for that, and still look after all the other services we have to look after.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else want to comment on that?
If I could, John, Jason, one more.
Yep.
I probably should know the answer to this, Dave, but in the new subdivisions in Dundalk, do we pay for the paving of the roads, or is that in DCs, or do they pay for some? I should know the answer, but I'm just wondering that.
So a subdivision agreement, when we put that in place, we require them to put the servicing in the ground, the sidewalks, the curbs, the gutters, the storm drainage, the water pipes, the sewer pipes, a coat of pavement. And then when we accept that coat of pavement and inspected all that stuff, then they can put it on another coat of pavement. And then they have 2 years of warranty. They got to warranty it under securities. And after 2 years, the final inspection says, yes, everything's good. There's no holes in the pipes. Everything's working the way it's supposed to be. And we take it over. So we pay none of that, not even the inspection. That's all paid by our work by Triton to inspect is paid by the developer as well.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else?
Maybe what I'll do is I'll add to that too. Some of the projects like Rose Lane and White Rose, there was off-site works that the developer had to pay for as well. So a little street that would go down to service that area, and now the traffic flow is doubled or tripled or quadrupled. We will say to them, this little street is no longer a little street. It needs to be upgraded with all these services. And we do come up with a cost sharing arrangement, upgrade the services to the level of servicing the new subdivision with the existing people on that roadway. So that's called off-site servicing, and it's a shared responsibility based on assessments, but they pay for those things too.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else. If you want to go on, Jim.
Yeah, so I'll move into the next topic here, which was management of municipal risks. So a presentation back in October from Tony Comiscio and Deborah Wilson from Intact, again, gave us that news that our insurance rates were going up and some of the factors contributing to that. And again, it reflects back to some of these, and it's being common in the industry to see that where there's some severe injuries in road accidents, that they're bringing any out of the woodwork for anything they can get a hold of as relating to what that road condition is, and and what its maintenance programs are. So again, just to touch on some of that, what we've heard in the past few times from council, and that we're all in this together. You know, some things that we say, we have to be careful because, again, some people fishing for some of these claims, and that if by chance they've heard a councillor or staff or somebody saying, well, that was pretty tough. Anyhow, that's going to bite us in the backside. So just to be cautious on those type of things, because again, we've got to protect these assets. We've got to do what the minimum maintenance standards are telling us. Again, that capital investment's a very important piece on trying to keep the deficiencies corrected. But again, just managing these municipal risks are big time. And that doesn't say, you know, we hear about it in the bridge reports as well about guide rails and everything else. So just a reminder on that management of risk that we're all in for. So any comments on that section before wrapping up with the summary?
I have one, Jim, Jason, or John, whoever's through John.
Go ahead.
With these rules we have to follow from the government, how does that work in these? There's so many rules. We got to follow this. We got to do that. In these, I know maybe it's a hard question to ask. These non-organized townships, how does that work? Do their roads have to follow these rules too, or? I understand we have to follow them, but there's just so much stuff nowadays, and I'm just wondering on those unorganized townships whether they have to follow the same rules on their roads. So I didn't know if anybody knew that. Or
Jim, go ahead.
As far as I know, they would be broken down into the classes of road section, again, based on how much traffic, this posted speed limit, and the type of surface or whatever. But basically what those unorganized will do is, as what I can think of, is they will have low class roads where their maintenance is very, very low. So class 5 or 6 roads. Our class 6 roads are like our no winter maintenance roads. So they're not, basically, we can't say use at your own risk almost, but I mean, they have very small levels of service over a long period of time. So they'll have 30 days to inspect their class 6 road or whatever. So that's the little bit of protection that the minimum maintenance standard offers for those type of scenarios and those type of class of roads that are identified that way. So, but that's about all I can tell you about that unorganized piece.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this section? Okay, well, let's go on to the summary.
Okay, so again, this wrap up here is, you know, we've talked about council, about we've brought reports before, we've had these discussions, you know, this isn't just a total surprise today of where we are today. So again, we've looked at bringing in these strategies to get more pavement in some areas. Like when we paved side road 15 a couple years ago, we put in 75 millimeters of pavement. So in those areas that we are seeing higher volumes and more truck traffic related as well, we are trying to beef up those roads with more asphalt. So again, just that, you know, we're not the only ones in this boat, that all the municipalities basically in Ontario are similar, you know, that these studies are telling us we need this much money and it's unrealistic for the funds that we can get a hold of. So again, keeping traffic counts and bringing that data forward for council and decision making going forward, making that part of our plan to make these decisions and support it are very valuable as we'll have to make these tough decisions on some places, on bridges that may have to at some point in time look at possible closure or something. Again, you know, John, Mayor Woodbury brought this up about, you know, maybe we need a policy a bit to direct staff on certain criteria as how to respond to the road condition and the amount of complaints received, or and how to get to determine for sure, is this going to go back to gravel, and those type of scenarios that may play out. So again, we will look into bringing some more information as far as maybe look at a policy to try and help trigger those. And again, whether council wants to do anything more with the half load season and how we currently operate, if we feel that we need to be more stringent and tougher on that timeline. And again, just managing the risk is a huge responsibility for all that are involved. And again, the reality is that not all roads can or will be paved with gold. I know that's kind of a saying, but it seems a little bit fitting. You know, obviously it's not going to be gold, but that black gold is still very expensive. So.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Jim. Any other questions or comments?
Question, Barbara.
Okay, go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you. Mayor Woodbury, just one question. By receiving this information and your bullet in the summary about implement each year with no exemptions, the half load season, March 1 to May 1st, are we directing you to make no exemptions, or, you know, personally, I think you and your staff make good decisions, and you don't approve them willy-nilly, and they are based on the day-to-day conditions. You know, there might be one year where we have, you know, great hard surfaces right through till April, who knows? I think that you're doing fine making those decisions day to day, but I think that would be if that's your recommendation coming back to council. I just want to know if by receiving your report for information today, are we instructing you to implement no exemptions?
Go ahead.
This report has no of those implications implied as how it's being received. If council wishes to direct us on any of those points or any other points and make that recommendation, then that will come forward. But those are just for information. Those are for consideration, but they are no way implied that they are going into force and effect. So if council wants to give us that direction, that's what this report is about. So.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just one quick comment, John, if I could.
Oh. Yep, go ahead, Jason.
No, I just want to agree with Barb there. I think they're doing a good job, but the exemptions, just leave it the way it is. And I guess just a comment overall, kind of piggyback off what Mike said before. The roads, you know, to the rural residents, they're the most, I would say, the most important thing out here. And with all the Mennonite shops we have, and they're keeping coming, you know, I just hope we try to do as much as we can. I would like to see the paved roads that are paved now stay paved and not have to turn any back to gravel. Maybe not pave any in the future or for a while, but I just, you know, I'm probably one of the ones that made some of the comments about the roads, but if I hear it from people, that's what I'm here for, to tell that. Maybe I could say it in a better way. I won't disagree with that, but I'm saying we seem to just, I hear it from the rural residents. They want the roads. And it seems 95% of our talk here is about Dundalk all the time. So I think maybe, I've said it before, we pull back a little bit on Dundalk and remember about the rest of the township, and hopefully, we can find some money for these roads. Just a comment.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Okay, I'll call the question on this then. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Hearing none, that's carried. We've been sitting for an hour and 10 minutes without a break. Do you want to take a quick break before we go on to Kevin's report? Yeah, okay. So,
yes,
yeah, it's 10 after now, 20 after we'll be back.
I just
Okay.
want to make note as well that Deputy Mayor Milne has left the meeting, just for the record.
Okay. Well, nobody tell them we're taking a break then. The other thing, Lindsay, just wanted to check with you about is this meeting scheduled till 3? Do we still have to do a motion to go past noon?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we'll do that once we come back. That's okay.
Okay, we'll try and do that first. So we're at recess till 20 after. Thanks, everyone. Well, I've got 11:20. How are we doing for people, Lindsay?
Well, we have 4. So we do have quorum. I'm sure Councillor Rice and Councillor Shipston are around.
Okay, well, we have enough to entertain. I'll call the meeting back to order and we can entertain a motion to go past noon. Barb and you're the only one I could see, so.
Councillor Shearson.
Michael.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that is carried. So we've got that little bit. I guess we can start. I need mover and seconder for the motion for Kevin's report. Barb, and
I'll second it.
okay, Martin. So welcome, Kevin, and go ahead.
Okay, purpose I'm here really is to introduce these action plans and the recreation plans to council. We've always put them to the rec committee, but unfortunately this year with Wayne residing, we didn't have quorum for the rec committee. And so I needed to get these plans kind of rolling due to a lot of the changes that have happened since January. So yeah, if Holly's presenting, I'll just kind of give you a little wave when to go to the next slide, but I will be working off the East Drive agenda package if there's questions on certain pages. But so if you want to go to the next slide. So the introduction to the plans are, the first plan we did was in 2011. These plans weren't done by a professional. They were done by a glorified janitor. And at the point, we didn't have any ideas. 90% of the ideas in Parks and Rec were in minutes and locked up in my head. So when we went from the board system to the advisory committee, these plans were sort of developed to kind of guide us through where we're going and what we're doing. So from the original plan in 2011, it's changed again. I've got the plans down into 3 components. One's the action plan, one's the program plan, and then with the changes in asset management over the years, the third plan is basically the asset management plan. So in the recreation plan, the components are demographics. We do a lot of demographics because recreation is driven by demographics. It has trends and themes on parks, open spaces, trails are in it. Trends and themes on our recreation facilities. It's where I put the fees and charges in, our implementation strategy, how we're going to consult, and basically the master plan goals. And within the last 4 years, with all the developments going on, I added into that plan the location specific plans. The program plan, the components on it was when Ethan come in, was to get programs down, identify the plans. So we did the research and background analysis on what was done in the past, what we've tried, what worked, what didn't work. We have an inventory of our facilities, the parks, and the programs that were offered and the ones that failed. And we have a list of that in that plan. In the plan now, we identify the programming priorities and goals going forward, and Ethan's developing program templates, and also included that is how we market and implement the programs. And the third plan, again, I mentioned the management plan. The components of it is a list of all the inventories, and now with all the inventories, we've provided a number, so a percentage of value that's left, a percentage of what we perceive, the expectations of that asset going forward too. And in that is a general financial summary. As I said, they were all put together in one big giant plan at the start. It's just much easier breaking those components down into the 3 plans. So the key points that I want to bring forth today, and we'll go right to the next slide, Ollie, is the demographics. So we've done a lot of research on demographics, and every year there's a census come out. In that action plan, I break down our census, and in the plan itself, it goes right down to households, male, female, children, everything in that plan, so we can develop our programs and our facilities around them. So with this year, with the 2021 census coming out, we've noticed that Southgate had a huge growth there. Traditionally went from 2.3 in the past and even less to an 18.5% increase. So that's a lot of increase. So now we got to research where that increase is to provide programming and facilities. So the next slide, this was a population projections that I first did in 2011. In 2014, when the subdivision started, on the third line down there, you'll notice we went 2%, 2%. And then in 2014, a rough guess at 15% was put into the action plan. And the numbers above it show that a 15% increase was pretty accurate. Now going forward, 2026, 2031, the projections of 25, okay, something happened there, but the projections in at 25% that we put in and 25% in 3031 are probably not even close. The bottom slides are the numbers was the Grey County Growth Management Strategy at 9%, 9%, 9%. But if you go to the next slide, so this is where we're headed, and this is where recreation's got to really start planning, or we're going to make mistakes. But the current footprint for Dundalk in the census was 2.41 square kilometers. The proposed footprint now that was put to council, I believe in February, will change that footprint to 14 square kilometers to possibly almost close to 17.5 kilometers. So if you look at some of those communities in the slides there, you'll see where we're heading. But the next slide is the actual numbers that were put out from the 2001 census. So I didn't put the column titles there, but obviously you'll see the town, the size of the town is classified. This is the current populations, the next column, the previous, and then the percentage of increase. And then the next column is the square footage and then the population density. So you can see Dundalk alone grew 37%. We were the second largest growing community next to Tottenham. Tottenham was almost 73% growth. So looking at these growths, how do you plan recreation going forward? Because if we grow to that 14% or 14 square kilometers at our population density, we're now looking at a population of close to 13, 14,000 just in Dundalk. So if we get that big, all the planning I've done in the past, so if I refer back to the action plan, up till January, all my thoughts and plans in this action plan were based on a community of probably 3,000 to 5,000. So just since February, we're looking at a drastic change here on our future planning and where we're going. So.
Question?
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
Through you, just to clarify, you just said if your growth projections are accurate, we'd be looking at 13,000, 14,000 just in Dundalk.
Based on the square, yes, based on square footage. So this is kind of where, again, I'm recreation. These numbers should be probably presented to you through planning, development, and
for sure.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it as recreation here. And what kind of started this was our DC charges. So when I got a questionnaire, and that's in the next few slides here, but the DC Watson Company puts it to me, what do you need in the next 10 to 15 years? My capital plan to Liam was based on Dundalk being 3,000 people. So how big are we going to be, and how fast is Flato going to build our town is sort of the dilemma that recreation has. And I did talk to Jim. Jim's got the same dilemma, that we just don't know how fast we're growing. And when you drive by the annexation of Melanchthon there, those trees are already cut. So I think Dave may be able to add to this, but he reached out, and the growth projections that Flato gave to Dave are quite accelerated from, I think, what we believed in our action plans and our future plans. So what I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around is how big are we going to be? What's our population going to be? So on the next slide, sorry. Yep.
No, I just to sum up that, thanks for for confirming that that's what you meant. And so therefore the population of Southgate could be, close to 20,000 in 15 years. By that calculation, if Dundalk is going to be 14,000. But it's possible, just projecting it out. Thank you.
Yes, and that's sort of the dilemma we have around recreation is your population. Now, the good thing about the west side is we do have solid agreements with Wellington North and West Grey. They don't have specific agreements, but they're more than welcoming to Southgate residents into their facilities. So as long as we keep along the lines of the agreements with Mount Forest and Wellington North, a lot of our main recreation for the west end will be provided through, through agreements. So this next slide there, that's it. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I had one more follow-up, Mayor Woodbury. Kevin, while we're on the topic of population, with a growing percentage of population that does not utilize our recreation facilities, do you factor that out or factor it in when you are, calculating need, or are these numbers, total, all-inclusive, where we might have 20% of our population not taking advantage of our recreation facilities?
So to answer that, that's sort of what this plan is. So I can kind of answer it with this slide here. So the action plan is just identifying overall trends and themes, and it's breakdown to each parkland, each facility. So this plan, it's kind of like throwing a dart at a dartboard. We're just taking what I see happening in recreation elsewhere and trying to put it together to match where we might be. So if that kind of answers a little bit, but there is a slide coming up that may go into detail a little bit with that too. So bear with me if I don't answer your question, throw it back at me again.
Thanks.
So the next slide then, just going through what the action plan is. So Holly, if you want to just scroll down the next one. Might be a delay on it too, but in the action plan, these are the goals that we have identified. So definitely the Southgate development impact, implementation strategies, program service and delivery, healthy community, which was brought on us a lot through the Southeast Grade Community Health Unit, public consultation, trying to define how we reach out to the public and get feedback. Revenues are in the goals, current infrastructure renewal, surplus infrastructure. So there is surplus lands that we have identified in the action plan. Accessibility is a big issue, and I'm going to talk on that at the end specifically, and in the goals is new infrastructure and then the development plans. So in the next slide, the real change to the action plan over the years is these action development plans specific to each location. Now, again, these are just conceptions, thoughts on trends and themes. Nothing is set in stone or anything. It's just looking at, taking a look at Elmira. So I've looked a lot at Elmira. Elmira went from 5,000, they're now 10,000, heading into 11. Fergus used to be a small community. Fergus is now 23,000. Tottenham, what are the effects that it's going to change on those communities? Because these communities are going through the growth ahead of us. So it's nice to kind of see and talk to them on where their mistakes or where they see their mistakes are going to be. Because we kind of got one shot at this. Once the town's built, we don't really get another chance to rebuild it. If you think back to the mistakes that our forefathers made in building Dundalk, you know, are we entirely happy now with the way the town was built 30 years ago? I'm pretty sure Main Street wouldn't be built today the way it was then. So we're not building for the next 5 years or planning for the next 5 years. We're planning for the next 30 years and possibly 50 years. So we don't make mistakes that our rec complexes are in Melanchthon. Our rec, or you know, maybe it was better to put them in Melanchthon, but they're not on the outskirts of town. If you think if the Dundalk Arena had been built on the other end of town, would our downtown core be as dead? Thoughts and processes and trends and themes of location are going to carry a lot of weight in where we're heading in the future. So the next slide kind of, I think, might answer that question you had, Barb, about the future needs. So in looking at other communities, I kind of broke it down by population. So our current needs at 2,000 population or 3,000 as we are today, an arena. We upgraded the auditorium into a gym. We got 2 ballparks, 1 soccer field, and an outdoor pool. So in researching communities going forward, an 8,000 community is Port Elgin, or sorry, a 5,000 community is Mount Forest. You know, you're looking at 1 arena. They technically don't have a gym, but they do have some spaces in the new facility that could be utilized for that. They have 3 ballparks, 2 soccer fields, and an outdoor pool. The 8,000 population, you're looking at a Port Elgin, 1 arena, 1 gym, 4 ballparks, 4 soccer fields. You get into the 10,000, now you're looking at Elmira. Now Elmira has a double complex and an indoor pool. The reason I've stayed at 1 arena is currently we rely on other municipalities, even locally in Dundalk. So we're not going to build a twin pad in Dundalk to bail Grey Highlands out of their arena issues. Grey Highlands is still going to have to supply recreation to their people, which would be shared by ours going forward too. So, you know, I don't foresee us building a twin pad on 10,000 population or even the 12. When you touch up to the 15, now you're looking at a Paris, a Tilsonburg, a larger center. They're carrying double pads, a gym plus a field house. They're running 6 to 8 ballparks. They're running 6 soccer fields, and they're looking at indoor pools, and some of those municipalities have double indoor pools. So they have a lane swim plus a leisure pool. So these are the things we kind of got to look at with our growth. And this is the slide that I gave to our DC, Watson's, going that, hey, you're asking me specific questions on where we're going to be, and I can't answer those questions because I have no idea where we're going to be. And then the future needs, he asked me on equipment. So equipment, that's kind of a guideline that I threw out there. Our current, we run a truck, a trailer, a mower, a tractor. We get up to 10,000, we might be looking at 2 trucks, 2 trailers, 2 mowers, 2 tractors, field equipment. So the slide there in future needs, again, that's a bit of a shot at a dartboard. So future needs related to acreage is the next slide. Oh, sorry, Holly, I passed 2 slides. You want to go one more? I should have waved. Future needs, so estimated land requirement for recreation services for Dundalk. A multi-use facility is 15 acres, basically. A soccer complex of 4 fields, 2 mini fields is 15 acres. 4 ballparks in the cloverleaf shape is 15 acres. So if we're getting up into the 10,000 population, recreation requirements are going to be around 50 acres. And where do we have 50 acres? So with that said, do we make the mistake that other communities have by having a park in one section, park in another section, park here to supply the needs? Well, that's where we got to look at, are those needs being met by individual locations, or all the trends and themes that I'm seeing everywhere? Putting it all together is a much better scenario, but I don't know how we're going to do that. So the next slide in the presentation, that's what 50 acres is. So that's the Melanchthon corner. There's no developer in the world's going to give us 50 acres for recreation. So how do we proceed going forward, developing our needs as we grow is, thought process for council, for myself, for Watson or Watson DC charges too. But so the next slide then, just I'm not going to go into detail on a lot of these plans because they're in, you can read them, and I'll take questions later. It'll be probably easier, but program plan, those are the key points to it. Again, I mentioned them before. The management plan, the next slide, those are the key points. It's the inventories and got some usage. So Holly, if you go down 2 more slides. So accessibility, we have a big issue with accessibility coming in 2025. That was the original timeline when every facility in Ontario was to be fully accessible. So getting to that point, I started a facility audit, and it has questions on accessibility that are checked off. And I'll go into more detail on those specific documents because I added them to the agenda. So the next slide is basically discussion, but from that discussion, I think I should probably lead you right to the Dundalk development plans. I think that's where more questions are. So Holly, that's page 161 of the agenda is where that would start. Oh, 161. So in the action plan, the Dundalk development specific plans, so page 161, Holly, if you can find that. This is where, this started 4 years ago and it's changed so much. So it's page, if you're on the development plan, it's page 36 of the action plan if you're going off that. Yep, right in there somewhere. Yep, right there. So the development plan, the first action plan is the subdivision parkland requirements. And we've been working on that for 3 years, but in the last 2 months, it's changed, or 2 months, it's changed drastically. So in the DC charges, we talked about a multi-use facility and we put it 3 million down for that and possibly 11 million. Well, if our population touches 13,000 to 15,000, that multi-use facility is probably going to change its look too. So it's probably not a $12 million facility, it may be a $30 million facility based on looking at communities of the same size. The sports field complex, this is where we're going to need going forward a change in strategy, because currently my strategy on soccer fields was 2 soccer fields, 2 ballparks, possibly 3. So that's changed quite a bit. So if you want to go to page 63, this is sort of the big trend and theme. Again, this is not, there's no policy, no background, no nothing to what's proposed here. Page 163, Holly, I guess is where I'm going to start. It should be up, I think. That one. So what could a multi-use facility include? So this is, again, thoughts, trends, and themes. Your new facility could include the community hall, seniors drop-in, youth drop-in. The upstairs in the arena, we're full now already with basketball programs and usage of birthday parties and whatever now that we're reopened. You're looking at an indoor pool. Does your theater come in your multi-use facility? Does your office spaces go in there? A lot of the mistakes people have made in building facilities have never included office spaces. If you put 10 office spaces in a facility at $1,000 a month rent, by 12 months, you're bringing in $120,000 in revenue on 10 office spaces. That covers your hydro bills on your facility. A lot of these municipalities in the last 10 years have built standalone facilities, and standalone facilities cost you too much money. You're not making enough money to cover your costs on recreation alone. So you got to look at other ways to bring revenue in. Trends and themes are field houses now. Alliston has a beautiful indoor soccer field that's multi-use for baseball, soccer, summer sports indoor during the winter time. Racquetball, something that possibly the community moving south would be interested in. You may be looking at adding a food court, 2 or 3 little, a Subway, an A&W or whatever in that facility. The other one is the trends and themes in Kitchener right now is they're putting their schools on their recreation facilities. So you look at Dundalk alone right now, we have three gyms. We have access to 1. You can rent the Croton School one, you can rent the other one, but we have no access for programming. So why do we have 3 gyms with no access? If the school was built on the same multi-use facility, perhaps they could use the theater, use our library. We've got 3 libraries in town right now. We have access to 1. So that's a trend and theme that possibly we should be looking at going forward, is the location of the school. So the next slide down is just a concept drawing based on Memorial Park. It has no, it's what could go in Memorial Park on a 15-acre property size. So the arena picture there, that's the equivalent to new Tecumseh's facility. That's a double ice pad plus a soccer field. That's 75,000 square feet. We would probably never build that. The community center of 40,000. That's the equivalent of an indoor pool, theater, seniors complex. Would we build it that big? Possibly. The school colored in green there, that's a 30,000 square foot school. That's close to the equivalent, a little smaller than Grey Highlands right now, square footage. So, and then your parking lot. So this is a concept of trends and themes. I'm not proposing that this is going forward, but this is what we need to get our mind wrapped around with development and where the community goes. Ethan said something the other day that even wasn't in my mind, If we touch 15,000 population, is the high school going to stay at Grey Highlands? Are you going to bus 1,000 students to Grey Highlands, or is the high school coming to Dundalk? We don't know that. Like, it's all trying to get around our mind how big our community is going to be. So the next slide is the trying to come up with enough soccer fields for the community going forward. Pat Dale's Diamond, we need to renegotiate our agreement with the soccer field or with the Ag Society, but we could create, because it is a 15-acre property, that may cover our soccer field needs up to 10,000. Does it cover our soccer needs when we touch, if we touch 15,000? Proposed in that land also is trying to create a second ball diamond, which is the slide down below, because in January, I was thinking 2 ball diamonds would do our community. I don't know that anymore. That's that's the dilemma we're at. So scroll down, Holly, to 2 more slides. So this is our new Norm Jack Park. The picture there is what is proposed now by Flateau. Going forward to create some of our need. 2 soccer fields, too many soccer fields there certainly helps with some of the future need. We could potentially restructure that. And the next slide down, Holly, shows that we could potentially put a ballpark there. That might give us enough ballparks in the community without having to go to the next thought, which is the next slide, a Southgate Sports Fields Complex plan. So if we get too big, the idea is you want to put your sports fields all in one place, which goes back to that 50 acres, or take the arena to that 50 acres, you're looking at a 30-acre field to get 4 ballparks, 4 soccer fields, and that may be the need we need going forward. So, and then the last specific plan in the action plan is our walking trail plan. This is what we've been working for Plateau Developments. We've asked more for walking trails than we did in parks, knowing the community that our recreation needs for probably 50% of our community is between the hours of 7 and 9 o'clock. Walking trails is probably the premier need for commuting populations. So we've been working hard to get the links, the trails established to create the map kind of on the next slide, Holly. It kind of shows a horseshoe or a wagon wheel around the outside of town. Linking the rail trail is sort of the thought and process of the rec department in the action plan, plus the previous recreation committee. And the slide again below that one in the action plan shows that 50-acre need that we'll never get. So that's sort of action plans I want to talk about. Maybe I'll just jump to the accessibility part, and then I can go back to specific questions, and maybe there isn't any, I'm not too sure. But Holly, if you could go to page 199 on the agenda. So this is what's coming to council here. Could be as early as this year, could be next year, but it's for budgeting purposes to identify where we're failing in accessibility needs going forward. So you'll get this document that is started here. As you notice in the blue section under the Dundalk Community Center, we currently have 8 deficiencies. Most of them are under the parking, just signage parking, because we have done some work on the outside or with the addition. Frank McIntyre, we're looking at 6 deficiencies. Most of it's in parking. Sort of the big ones is in the brown, Swinton Park. So Swinton Park has 8 deficiencies. The next column over says, basically, we're looking at a major change to the structure to achieve accessibility requirements. Because looking at that facility and talking with Bev, our bill inspector, we may not be able to reach accessible needs in 2025 on that facility. Now, with that said, possibly there might be new legislation, because I'm just not sure how all of Ontario is going to react to closing 50% of your facilities across the province. All the wording in the last 10 years of any new legislation says accessibility going forward, any new build, any new build, any new build. That was with playgrounds. That's, I believe, in the building code. Bev would probably answer that better, but hopefully that maybe has changed, that we might be able to keep some of these facilities open kind of under grandfather clauses, but we don't know that. So that's what's coming. And the next document I added underneath is, this is the audit form that will be added to the document, where it's each facility's location specific with the deficiencies. So that's sort of the point I wanted to touch base on, just more to get council looking in the direction of where this population's heading and where Dundalk's heading. Again, the west side is serviced very well through Wellington North agreements. They're building a brand new pool over there. So Brian, he's off the call now, but I'm pretty sure they're in their minds are going to come to us looking for some funding similar to they did to the arena project. So we do supply the west through agreements. So with that said, that's sort of my presentation, and direction going forward is going to come from council and these documents.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, a lot of information, a lot of decisions. Questions from council or comments?
Barbara?
Go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Kevin, I was trying to find it in the norm, and I know that this is just your crystal ball, which is much better than anything I would have come up with, Kevin. So good for you. The Norm Jack Park, I noticed, did not include a check mark under a playground. Was that just something, like, I'm not saying that when you have families coming for a soccer game or for a baseball game, you see it over at the arena, behind the arena, people at the ball diamond, and there's a little playground behind so that the little ones can keep occupied. Would that be something that you got in the back of your mind? You just didn't include it in the list?
To answer that kind of quickly, the snapshot that you see there is not entirely the whole park. Right below Morgan Avenue is a playground. So yes, it may be moved up, it may be down. In the whole subdivision plan out there, there is actually 3 playgrounds proposed. So one there's a corridor up the middle, which is walking trails, so this is the community park that Flateau is supplying us. In there is a subdivision park, and he also added a subdivision park down at the bottom of that. So in the whole plan, there is three playgrounds.
Okay, all right. I just, in some of the larger complexes, as you are predicting we may need, where the soccer field and the baseball diamonds and come together, if we could magically find 50 acres, that there would be within proximity of that, you leave your older children to play ball, but you take your younger one to play on the slide. The other question that I had was and it's probably in your report, and I can't find the page. How big is the property in Hopeville, where the Hopeville Ball Diamond and Pavilion and soccer field are?
So it would be in the management plan. I think I have the acreage in there all.
I think you do. I know I saw it, but I can't remember what it was.
I would say it's about 8 acres.
Oh, okay. So just giving me perspective, multiply that by 4. Sorry, a lot more than that. Yeah.
Holly, that was it. Broken one.
No, not Proton.
Proton Community Park is the one in Hopeville. That's the thing. It's named Proton. We got too many Protons. We got Proton Station Community Park, and we got Proton Community Park. So there is some nameage issues here and there, but yeah, off the top of my head, I'd say it's 8 to 10 acres.
That one.
Thanks.
Okay.
I don't see it on there.
It's on the
Okay, I don't see it on the page, but I'm sure your memory is excellent, Kevin. So thank you.
Well, don't say that too loud.
So I think what council's going to need to do, and maybe we're going to have to do a kind of a visioning meeting as a committee of the whole, of looking at what direction. At this point, I don't think it's productive to get into exact specifics as much as options, whether we're going to split it up or try to find a place, or go into several different, or how we're going to do it. So again, I think we got to start at that big picture and narrow down in on it, but I think we're going to have to take some time to do that in the meeting. So any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Martin here, John. Thanks, Kevin, for a good report. I tend to agree with you what you say about having all these facilities put together. Anytime we traveled for games, when you had baseball and the soccer all in one, it was a good way of doing things. You mentioned something about the one in town where the Memorial Park is. Did you say that you probably wouldn't be putting an arena there, or it'd be a smaller version than 75,000 square feet? Because there is going to be parkland like Flato with mini soccer fields and playgrounds, but I think if we're looking 30 years down the road, and with the growth that you're saying, especially with amalgamation and Melanchthon, I think we have to look at these bigger footprints for the community, whether it's in town or south or in the industrial park, that one you mentioned. It's just a comment, but I think this is where we should go because of the population coming in. So the arena, what's the arena we have now? What's the square footage that?
Square footage of this facility will be about 25,000 square feet. So yes, what I've drawn in that plan you see there, that's the equivalent of the Julie MacArthur in Owen Sound. Will we build the Julie MacArthur in Owen Sound? Probably not.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
they partnered with the YMCA. Like, what we need to kind of get our mind wrapped around is if the square footage that Plateau or what we're developing equals the population density, that we're touching 15,000 population. I mean, we may not get there. Like maybe more of it's industrial too, but you got to look at those communities of that size and kind of wrap your mind around what they have and what they need. And 90% of them probably didn't build big enough as it is. So
as it is.
Yeah. So, you know, if you think that we go to 15,000 population, Dundalk's located, it would become a hub because you think Owen Sound's 23, Collingwood's 23, Hanover's only 8,000, Orangeville's 23 or whatever. We're going to be plopped right in the middle of those facilities or those large urban areas. So, you know, what are we going to become? Or does Shelburne outgrow us first? Like it's, again, it's like throwing a dart at a dartboard and hope you hit it.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I think if we look forward though in the next 20 or 30 years, this kind of idea is going to be a lot more efficient. And as you just said, you know, Shelburne's using the arena right now, and they're only going to get bigger, as you say, with our position on the highway. We are going to be a hub, not just for recreation in so many ways. So I think, as John said, we can't get into the specifics, but I do think we have to look at land and sea along these lines for combined, you know, facilities for sports. And as you mentioned, cricket too. That's going to be a big one up here as well. So it's all good. Great report.
I think as well, one of the notes that you hit on, Kevin, has always been one of my big bugaboos, is I think we've got to work with the school board. This doesn't have to come out of property taxes. We can get help other places. The school that high school a couple of us went to had a swimming pool attached to the back. And during the day, it was the high schools, and in the evenings and weekends, it belonged to the recreation department. And that's not, you know, that wasn't set in stone, but that was the general idea. And it worked well. And I remember when I was on Dundalk Council, we were looking at incinerators, and one of the things that came to light when we were looking at the incinerators was a place they had down towards Windsor that had Catholic high school and a public high school together, but in the middle of them was one library, one recreation center. And the library was also public, and so was the recreation center. So it was the two school boards and the township that were partners in all of it. And I really think we got to look at that, because like Kevin said, there's gyms here we can't use. I remember years ago when my kids were playing ball, they didn't want us using the ball diamonds at the school. Things like that, and with the property sitting there, it's paid for by taxpayers. So I think we've got to get together with them and see if we can't come up with more of a joint plan down the road. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Jason?
Yeah, John, Jason. I guess I understand the need for looking ahead, which we have to look ahead. It's like who's going to pay for this? And we want this development to keep coming, and development's paying for development, but it's not paying for this. And I don't know, like, the trends in society today, like the kids, the ballparks I drive by now, I know they're busy the odd weekends, but to say we need more ballparks, and so 7,000 people, our population now, need an outdoor pool, but 15,000 people need an indoor pool. I don't understand the good report by Kevin. I just don't understand it. Like where is the money going to come from? I think it's more about people's wants than some of the needs we have. And I know you have to have recreation, but that's like we were just talking about roads and having to keep up on roads, and like the logic there to me on the pool, I don't know why 7,000 people can use an outdoor pool and 15,000 need an indoor pool. I just don't know who's going to pay for this. You know, I just really don't understand who's going to pay, and development's not paying for development. You can tell me it is, but it's not when you think of all this, plus all the social stuff we're going to need, the social aspects of it. So it's a nice idea and everything, but somebody's got to pay for it. That's just a comment. The arena, when I was a kid there, it was full every weekend, all weekend, half the week, and it's not now. And I understand with the new demographic, it's going to be a different thing, but the ball fields and the soccer fields, I don't know, the way kids are now with phones and stuff, I just can't see it. I guess maybe I'm a downer, but it's just a comment. I hope we have the money to pay for all this stuff.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Well, the one thing, just before I go to Barb, is in the development charges, there will be a lot of money going towards any of this type of stuff. Now, what percentage and everything we'd have to see, but there is some of development paying for it. But good point. And I think we've got to sort out the difference between needs and wants. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Barb?
Thank you. That was one thing that I was going to touch on, the importance of our updated development charges for the next 10 years out, as well as, the current population utilizes it. So there's the differences in the regulations and the requirement that you have to automatically take out 10%, but that's being waived now or something. We're going to learn that when we get to review the development charges. The question that or the comment that I just wanted to clarify, and Kevin answered my question earlier. Our population in 2016 for all of Southgate was 7,500 people. What Kevin is predicting is that with our increased square footage of our settlement area in Dundalk, the population of Dundalk alone could be as much as 15,000 people for Dundalk. So right now it's only 2,800 or 3,000 population using an outdoor pool. The difference between an outdoor pool and an indoor pool and the demand, what Kevin is predicting is that, you're going to have 15,000. And those DCs need to be projected out, but we need to know what our needs are or our wants are so that we can plan that. And I think Dave or Kevin can correct me if I'm wrong on that understanding.
I can't see either one of you, so if one of you has something, go ahead.
So maybe
okay.
I think these are both good comments by Councillor Rice and Councillor Dobreen that lead into the development charges. And I think let's not get too concerned about what we need in 30 years, but I think the 30-year planning needs to be where's it going to go, not what it's going to be. And allow the triggers of the population growth, because Kevin's laid out a pretty good roadmap of what we may need at a certain point in time. And for sure, we need to be looking ahead at what that need will be in 10 years so that today we can put the development charge in place. Previous councils had the foresight to look at the multi-use facility, and we've now collected, as of the end of 2021, 369,000 for that, and that's going at a rate projected by Liam at about 70,000 a year, so it'll be 440 by the end of this year. And so those kind of things, but development will pay for development needs for a second arena or for this covered pool. There will be some for others to participate in. For if we're going to keep the old pool and a new covered pool, then fine. But I think we need to look at, before we build this next ballpark, can we not utilize Hopeville more? Is Proton a place to put a park because we have land there, or is there another use for it? But again, I think today we need to worry about funding these things through DCs. And as we develop new projects with developers, is what piece of land are we going to look to acquire in this development that would partner with a school, that would partner with the developer to create this type of Norm Jack parks of the future. But you know, I think the window that we need to really be concerned about is 10 years, and the long term of land acquisition over time of where we're going to put this 20 and 30-year stuff that we need. But anyway, I think Kevin laid out a very good a snapshot at what we're looking at. But I think we need to exploit some existing services like Hopeville Ballpark and like Flushing Arena that could be used more before we go building another ballpark or another arena of our own. And I think, well, I won't have to worry about a second arena because that's 20, 30 years out. Anyway, I'll be someplace else likely. But again, we need to have our eye on those kind of things and have some long range planning for every time a developer comes. You know, what patch of land do we need, and what patch of land are we going to possibly, you know, brainstorm to put a ballpark or a swimming pool or a whatever on that, and what, you know, we can partner with the Ag Society. We can repurpose some facilities we have like Memorial Park. But anyway, let's not get concerned about building an arena that may not be needed for 30 years, but let's get concerned about planning for those kind of upping the ante on maybe a multi-use facility that we need to collect more because of that window of opportunity to collect, or maybe they'll find and tell us that through DCs that we're on the right trajectory for that type of project. Just need to increase the capital requirement, obviously today's standards. But anyway, unless there's other questions, I think it leads well into the DC study.
Yeah, agreed. Are there any more questions about that? Okay, I'll call the question then. Is anyone opposed to that motion? And that is carried. I've got almost 20 after 12. Do you want to break for lunch? And then we can start development charges as soon as we come back. Any opinions?
Mayor Woodbury, how long?
Half hour, good? Go ahead, Lindsay. I was thinking a half hour, but we can go less if you want. I'm not hearing any opinions. Okay, let's go half hour till, so I've got almost 20 after, so 10 to 1. Is that good? So yeah. We're on recess for lunch until 10 to 1. If we come back, we'll do development charges. Okay, thank you. Well, I've got 12:50. How are we doing for quorum, Lindsay?
Oh, there's Councillor Shipston. So yeah, we're good. We have 4 that I see. I'm sure Jim and, oh, there's Councillor Shearson.
Okay, so we'll get started then. I'll call the meeting back to order, and we're on 7.4 development charges, and Liam and Akash are going to walk us through this. So, I mean, yes, Lindsay. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Liam, do you want to be the presenter or Akash?
I'll be the presenter. Okay. So we're ready to go?
Yep, all set.
Okay. All right, so the purpose of the presentation is just to sort of give a very high level, quick summary of the background of the current DC study bylaw, as well as going into the next one. So the slide presentation is sort of a condensing a presentation by Watson. So just picking out some of the highlight slides, and then rather than read each slide individually, I'm just going to highlight the sections that are more applicable for Southgate. So the purpose of development charges is to recover the capital costs associated with residential and non-residential growth within the municipality. And we currently have a bylaw 2017-138 for which is set to expire on November 16th, 2022. And that's why we are in the midst of doing a new DC study for a new DC bylaw. So changes to the Development Charges Act since the previous bylaw was passed was the More Homes, More Choice Act, introduced in 2019, passed in 2019 as well, which has amended various statutes regarding housing and other development activities. So with respect to Southgate, the DC installment payments for rental housing and institutional and non-profit housing is now a possibility depending on the growth and what is built in Southgate going forward. And then those policies also allowed charging interest for the deferral of those development charges. Because right now, any DCs are to be paid up front unless there's a developer agreement. Excuse me. Other changes being the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, which the amendments sort of changed. The previous DC was sort of listed the ineligible services, and whereas the new DC Act lists eligible services. So all the services within the township's current bylaw continue to remain DC eligible. One amendment that affects Southgate specifically is the removal of the statutory 10% deduction and limitation of a 10-year forecast period. So it's up to Southgate on how large of a period that they are forecasting out, being 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30 years. So that is previous DC was limited to a 10-year forecast window. Ministry of Training, College and Universities Act, I don't anticipate affecting Southgate, as I don't anticipate a university locating in the township in the study window.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick question on the one where you were talking about the that you were talking about the 10% deduction and limitation of 10-year forecast period, and it talked about the categorization of soft services. Can you give us an example of what a soft service
Soft
would
service
entail?
would be like the DC study, or like a consultant study, as opposed to a hard asset. Us doing a roads needs study or a bridge study or a DC study, those were all soft services that were previously allowed, but subject to a 10% deduction.
Thank you.
So the current DC bylaw policies, statutory exemptions include industrial building expansions, which may expand up to 50% with no further DC, upper lower tier government school boards, residential intensification relating to enlargement of an existing dwelling unit, 1 or 2 additional dwelling units in an existing single detached dwelling, or 1 additional dwelling unit in any other existing residential building. So, and I haven't had that discussion with Watson yet, but I would anticipate most of those to remain in the new policy, new DC bylaw. Non-statutory exemptions being non-residential farm buildings for a bona fide farm use, places of worship, cemetery, burial grounds, hospitals, and the first 2,500 square feet of a non-residential. When I'm drawing a blank on what GFA stands for, my apologies. For a new building within the urban area, gross floor area, I believe. Redevelopment credits still exist in the current bylaw as well as anticipated in the new bylaw. The flow chart here, I'm not going to get into specifics. I'll just suffice it to say that it is quite a process, and several calculations go into creating what the DC rates are, starting from anticipated development to what we're actually what we can charge and what we are going to charge and who we're going to charge it to. So anticipated development, several sections of the Development Charge Act provide the framework for establishing the growth forecast. So we have to anticipate the amount, type, and location of development for which development charges can be imposed, must be estimated, and the increase in the need for service attributable to the anticipated development must be estimated for each service. So the key thing I want to point out is that we must do those projections. So the growth forecast will be for the first 5-year period at a minimum, which is the maximum term of a DC bylaw. However, the forecast period may be longer for certain services. Again, it's up to our decision on how big of a window we need to be looking at, be 10 year, 20 years, and growth management strategy projections to 2046, as well as servicing capacity build out for water and wastewater. And in certain instances, service provision may be provided for area-specific determination. For example, water and wastewater is undock specific, not whereas opposed to other charges are Southgate overall. So there's the limitations for on the services. So there's a list of all the eligible services, of which Southgate ones Southgate currently have in their DC bylaw are still eligible. Just want to notable services that continue to be ineligible, being general administration for the municipality, arts, culture, museums, entertainment facilities, tourism facilities, hospitals, parkland acquisition, because that's a separate planning act, parkland acquisition amount that gets recovered. Waste management as relates to incineration and landfill. So waste diversion continues to be an eligible service. And ineligible capital costs would be for computer equipment or vehicles and equipment that have less than a 7-year life. So you can classes of service may be established for purposes of the bylaw, reserve funds, and credits. So being that you can, like right now, the current bylaw separates administration, transportation, parks, water, wastewater, that type of thing. So it's those kind of classifications that Southgate have set, and we will continue to set going forward. Again, I don't anticipate any major overhauls in the classes that we have going forward. And just a class may consist of studies with respect to any eligible services. So that's why in the current DC bylaw, administration has the DC study, the roads need study, the bridge study, the official plan, even though those are cross-departmental activities, for the purpose of the DC bylaw, they're all into one schedule. So the Development Charge Act requires that the increase in need for service must be estimated. Service by service determination, increasing need not to exceed the historical average service level of service. Council must indicate that it intends to ensure that such an increase in need will be met. And the long-term capital and operating determination and asset management plan says the background study shall deal with all assets proposed in the study and demonstrate that these assets are financially feasible over their full life cycle. So I would say in the current DC study, it was more of identification of just the capital cost of some of what we plan in the future, where, as I believe most of council is aware, that as the asset management evolves and gets more sophisticated, now it's more, an asset management by definition is life cycle costs, not necessarily just initial upfront capital costs. So now the DC Act requires you to incorporate the asset management costs. So the Development Charge Act provides the ceiling based on the average of the last 10 years. And a detailed review of the service level requires consideration of both quality and quantity measures. And again, the measure doesn't, per the Development Charge Act, doesn't apply to water and wastewater and stormwater, because there are separate acts that dictate what those are. So then Southgate needs to have a local service policy. So we need to define what our base requirement is for with respect to plans of subdivision, or so therefore whenever new development comes along, that developer must install those services up to our standard. So those, so for example, building the road and the way the stormwater is managed within that new subdivision, that would be a cost of the developer as opposed to recoverable through the development charge set. So the Development Charge Act provides for a broad range of costs, so to include the acquire land or interest in land, except parkland. So here's where I think that last discussion we had with recreation is important for us to plan where things, like in my mind, figure out where the land, satisfy your land needs in the future, because reality is you need to have the land before you can build on it anyway. So yes, Southgate may not be growing in the next 5 years to that level, but it may be in 30 years. So we have to start potentially collecting dollars to buy land to make that happen. I see Councilor Dubreen with a hand up.
Yep. Okay, Barbara.
Thank you. Thanks, Liam and Mayor Woodbury. So just to that point with regard to our recreation discussion previously, if we were looking to purchase 50 acres for baseball diamonds and soccer fields, that would not be DC eligible.
Correct. Baseball fields and soccer fields would not, but an arena and a multi-use center would.
Okay, thank you.
I think I've summarized that we already collect DC for circulation materials for the library, and the DC Act can recover interest on money borrowed to pay for the above. So that's why, as in the current 10-year forecast, capital forecast, there are debt loads being issued for the well and water tower and sewage treatment plant, etc. So if all those cannot be recovered through DCs as built, the debt servicing costs can be recovered through the DC charges. Eligible costs. And I guess I just covered the debts. Capital costs outstanding DC reserve fund balances must recognize outstanding commitments or excess funds available to address future capital needs. So the point I've highlighted on this slide is excess capacity. So excess capacity in the system cannot be recovered in the DC unless council has expressed a clear intention to recover these costs from DC or similar at or before the time the capacity was created. Example, the new development inherits any capacity in the system at no cost to them. So the key point here is that council needs to essentially specifically state a capital cost is growth related in order for it to be considered part of the Development Charge Act for recovery. And consideration is almost always on a project by project basis. So it often relates where replacement of a building item or, well, example, the replacement of existing library large facility. So I would say, for an example, the arena. Say we choose to build another arena twice the size somewhere else to replace the current facility, then that expansion piece would be DC eligible. And any expected grants or subsidies that we anticipate being able to be eligible for must be reflected in determination of the DC charges that we reflect. And I will just state that, again, the whole DC Act is a projection to begin with. So if you don't actually get that grant, you can still recover those costs through the DC. You just may not have collected enough yet, but you can going forward. And obviously, there's certain, for example, the gas tax, which is now called the Canada Community Benefit Fund. That specifically is, you're not supposed to consider that funding the growth component of the project. So whereas the allocation can be put to any other project, and Southgate definitely uses those funds for regular annual capital renewal. So where DC eligible works are constructed by developers through an agreement in exchange for credits against future DC payments. So I believe the most recent example is White Rose did some work on Artemisia and Doyle. That is sort of an expansion that is considered, so we gave them a credit for that work through their subdivision agreement, and that would be recovered through the DC charges. So the municipality has always had the ability to impose charges on a uniform municipal-wide basis or an area-specific basis. So, for example, so Southgate, I think is my next slide. No. So Southgate has basically two levels of charges for each class. So there's the Southgate-wide charge and then the Dundalk-specific charge, which you'll see on a future slide. So while the background study must consider the option of area rating, it's not mandatory to pass area-specific charges. So once the eligible cost to be recovered is determined, then it's determined how much is that residential share growth versus non-residential growth. And then it's calculated as cost per residential unit type for residential, and non-residential is cost per non-residential square foot of gross floor area. So this slide presents what our 2022 DC rates are. So for example, the first column for if someone was to build a single detached house in the country, the development charge would be $6,513. Whereas if that house was built in Dundalk, the charge would be $24,177 because they must also pay the urban services charge of $17,664, which covers water, wastewater, and stormwater drainage. So the municipality must have DC policies. The DC policy must address the timing of the collection. Right now, it's building permit issuance, whereas with some of the deferrals that come in, the amount eligible is determined more at the planning stage, even though it's collected at different times going forward. So the timing of the determination of the amount and the time of the collection is changing slightly. So that is a summary of the purpose and of the development charges that we collect and how some of the changes that are going to be reflected in the new 2022 bylaw. So are there any questions on the theory before I go to our summary of what our current DC collections?
Okay, Barb?
You may be moving forward into covering what I was going to ask. So the chart that's in the presentation right now, the 2022 current DC bylaw, which was 5 years ago, that's the current rate that a residential or a non-residential structure would incur for DC. And you're about to tell us what it's being proposed to be. And it's also COLA affected, right? Annually, a COLA increase?
So the chart that you see for 2022, that has been COLA adjusted. So when bylaw 2017-138 was passed, the rate was lower than what you see on that schedule. But the bylaw automatically indexed it by the non-residential construction price index. So what you see now is the inflated 2017 bylaw rates, which goes up January 1st every year. So if someone was to build a house today, that is the rate that they would pay today until we pass the DC rate bylaw. And
that's what I thought. Thank you.
The next summary is I'm not going to tell you what our new DC rate is, because that is going to be in a few months after we work through with Watson what it is. The next schedules I was going to show was what we currently, based on this DC bylaw 2017-138, what we anticipated collecting, what we did collect, and how much we've spent. And a quick explanation as to why we may not have spent those dollars yet. So any unspent dollars flow into the next DC bylaw as a deduction because we already have those funds. So any further comments on the slides before I go to the schedules?
Not seeing any. I think we can go to the schedule.
So let's see if I can make this a little bigger. So it's 20 pages long. I tried to show, okay, so the main DC bylaw is passed. So it broke out the classes being administration, parks and rec, library, waste diversion, transportation, fire, water, wastewater, stormwater, and then the total. And then subsequent schedules sort of have the detail of the projects that come into that. So for the current DC study bylaw, we anticipated having $42 million worth of projects, of which 3.2 million were a post-benefit period, which was beyond the 5-year window, and then other deductions, whatever that may be. And then we also need to deduct the benefit to the existing development, being roughly 8 million was the estimate. And then we estimated grants of about 4.9 million, which left 26,000 of eligible costs. And then of some of those costs were subject to that 10% statutory deduction. So 211,000 came off of that, which left 25.9 million that was to be recovered through a DC rates. which was then split between residential and non-residential, being 21 million and 3.8 million. So, and then the next page is just a very high-level summary of what we've actually collected and expended in the last 5 years. So at the beginning of the current DC bylaw, we had a remaining balance of 945,000 in the DC reserves. We've collected almost $12 million to the end of 2021. We spent roughly 1.2 million out of the funds, leaving 11.6 million. In 2022, the budget anticipates collecting another 3.3 and spending $2 million. So budgeted ending was just shy of $13 million. So the reason that some of the balance is higher is because there are some very large ticket items that we have identified in the DC study that we will be needing, that we have started collecting money for, but we actually haven't had to expend them. We haven't spent the money on the project in the 5-year window, being the sewage treatment plant modifications, the water tower, the new well, and the multi-use facility, as well as a medical center that was anticipated 5 years ago. So a lot of those projects, there's some significant spend in the next couple of years that will be utilizing a lot of those dollars, which will be reflected in the next DC study. I see a hand from Councilor Dupree.
Yep, go ahead, Barb.
Just me. Liam, based on the potential DC recoverable cost total of 25.9 million and what you have just shown us as having collected approximately 12.9 million, are we tracking well? Are we behind, or did we estimate well?
So I'll start by saying that kind of analysis we'll get into much more detailed analysis when we do with Watson and the study for the new one. My opinion right now is that our growth in the start of the window was maybe delayed somewhat. Like for example, I think it was 25 million is what we anticipate collecting, and we've only collected 15 million of that. So I think some of the growth has been delayed a little bit compared to when this was passed in 2017. But then some of the projects have also been delayed. The fact that we haven't done the sewage treatment plant updates yet or built the water tower. So even though the growth hasn't materialized as fast as the current study anticipated, so therefore we haven't spent the money on the projects either.
Thank you.
So I'll just go into the next few slides. Are sort of project specific, and again, I don't want to get hung up on the detail as opposed to I want to try to focus on the greater picture, because we'll get into the detail with Watson as to which projects went ahead and which ones didn't. So if I go to, oh, that's because I've blown it up. I didn't see mine. There we go. So as I said, administration. So in the current DC study, we anticipate the official plan updates, the development charge study, the roads needs study, community action plan, the bridge study, some asset management plans, urban expansion, zoning bylaw review, wastewater rate study, community improvement plan, the wastewater the wastewater collection system, and some servicing standards. So as I said, even though those projects are basically responsibility of various departments, they're all, for the purpose of the DC bylaw, they're all summarized on this single class called administration, since they're soft services. So in preparing, I will say that preparing the information in this way has not been done previously. So in preparing, I've noticed some cases where we might have an opportunity to gather some funds from projects we've already completed, for example, the official plan update. When that was done, no money came out of the DC reserves and a portion of it was eligible. So in completing the 2020 year end, I will be revisiting potential sources for things like that, which are not significant, but if they happened and we're eligible to use those funds, it would be to our benefit to use the funds. So the development charge study was done, as well as the bridge study, the asset management plan. We did it in-house rather than a consultant. So there's various reasons why things weren't done. And even the water distribution system review, I believe that has partially been done. However, no money has come out of the DC yet. So that will be an area that I'm going to revisit. And that will be all cleaned up in 2021 or 2022 before the new DC bylaw. And for parks and recreation, the current DC study anticipated parkland development and amenities, trail developments, the multi-use facility, skateboard park upgrades, recreation maintenance equipment, and the medical clinic building. So there's a prime example. 5 years ago when we passed this, again, a medical clinic building, we anticipated possibly having to build something ourselves. And as most of the council knows, another organization is now building that building. So we have those funds to decide. So essentially they'll sit in the reserve fund to be applied to a project in the new DC study. So use of the DCs for parks recreation, only when the money that come out for skateboard park updates and recreation maintenance equipment. I know parkland development amenities has been in the budget for a few years. However, I believe it has. I believe it was in the budget for the last couple of years, but didn't materialize. I think a lot of that was due to COVID. And then, as we know, the recreation multi-use facility, it's in there, and we're collecting money for it, but it wasn't, as the capital forecast anticipated, it wasn't going to be built until 2026 or 5, I forget, but beyond the 5-year window. So we're collecting the money, but not spending it yet. The library, the current DC study anticipated collecting money for the future collections, database and electronic reference materials, furniture and finishings, and the library building expansion. So again, the library building expansion was outside the 5-year window, so that's why there's no expenditures, but we have started collecting some dollars for that. Currently in waste diversion, we had the Dundalk transfer station upgrades, 40-yard roll-off bin and the 50-yard roll-off bin, and a new hazardous waste container. And I know that we haven't done the transfer station upgrades yet, so that hasn't expended, but for example, I know that we've bought a 40-yard bin and a 50-yard bin. So I have a feeling there's an opportunity for us to grab that money because we have bought those bins, and the connection between the DC rate dollars available and the budget, the linkage, it wasn't presented in this way for it to know that that hadn't been expended yet. So now that we know, I can grab those funds. In transportation, we had new road construction and upgrades. So I would say that's for whenever there's a new development and so our traffic counts increase. So we have to build a stronger, higher class road, and that's where those dollars could come from, because it's due to growth that we're doing those upgrades. The industrial access road to Highway 10, that's projected, it's budgeted to be done in 2022. We had a vehicle for the Dundalk Depot, a vehicle for the Hopeville Depot, a loader, a plow, and expansion of the Dundalk Depot, street sweeper, and the Doyle, and I mentioned Doyle Street Artemisia credits that we've given White Rose. So spent to date, we haven't accessed any of the new road construction dollars. We anticipate using the Highway 10 access road dollars in 2022. I thought we'd use the single axis plow dollars, so that I'm gonna have to look into that line. The tandem plow, the loader, we've definitely bought this sidewalk plow dollars came out of here, and then those are the credits. In fire anticipated expanding the station by a bay, some more bunker gear for additional firefighters, jaws of life, a couple defibrillators, contributing to the capital needs of Wellington North, which was required for the service agreement. However, I believe the new agreement with Wellington North doesn't have a capital component to it, so I believe that will change in the next DC study. And we bought the bunker gear washing machine, the pumper truck, and the fire pickup crew cab. And in water, it anticipated the well D5, which we know has been constructed, the water tower, which is to be constructed in 2022. The Main Street East oversizing happened, and the Main Street West oversizing, I believe, is still outstanding. And then the water component to the Highway 10 Industrial Access Road, the water meter reading collections tower, which I believe is a 2022 budget, and then the Doyle Street water credit to White Roads. So you'll see that we have the dollars available to be applied to the well and the water tower, and then the remainder being we could issue debt for the remainder and then fund some or all of that through the future DC rates. For wastewater, we have the sewage treatment facility upgrades, and the wastewater technology upgrades, and then the wastewater component of the Highway 10 Industrial Access Road. So we've done some of the upgrades for the facility, and a lot of it anticipated in 20. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, so the budget right now for 2022, I believe it's got presented to council as it being fully funded from debt. A portion of that should have be funded from development charges. So the amount available will come from development charges before any debt is issued. And for stormwater, we anticipated the High Point drain improvements and the Main Street culvert crossing. And none of those projects have gone forward yet. So that's a summary of the projects that were in the current DC study. So when rating the 2022 DC rates, we'll have to consider those projects that were anticipated and either they're continuing in the new study or they were anticipated and not continuing in the new study, as well as discussing any future projects. So I'd say, for example, the medical clinic will disappear as a line item, as we're not currently anticipating building that ourselves anymore. However, based on that recreation discussion that we just had, it sounds like, in my opinion, there should be a potential for collecting dollars to purchase land in the future, which would be added, which would be a new line in the new DC rate study. So it's those discussions that we need to have with Watson and council.
Michael?
We save money to buy land. What happens if we use the land that we already own? Can we write it off that we can use the money to bring back if we use some of the property that we have already in the eco park down there that we're keeping?
I will say that's a discussion we're gonna have to have with Watson on how all that works. If we have the land already to repurpose or if we have to buy land. I'm gonna have to ask Watson those questions because as I go back that flow chart that I had earlier in my PowerPoint presentation, there's lots of decision factors on what dollars are in and what dollars are out. And even though that we've spent the money, if we spent money on an asset in the past, and we are now using it for a growth related capital project, I believe there's an argument for it to be eligible. And I guess the question is to determine that it truly is eligible or not, and determine what we spent on that land in the past. So to your Echo Park property as an example, we clearly know what we spent on that in the relatively near past. So if part of that land, I suppose, it gets reallocated to build an arena on, then we could cover those costs from the DC rates.
Another follow-up to that. But if we built a multi-use facility with an administration building in there, it says administration building can't be used for DC charges. So there'd only be a portion of the building then you could write off?
Correct. Say you end up with a 100,000 square foot building, but 80,000 square feet of it is eligible and 20,000 square feet of it is not eligible. So 80% of that cost would be recovered through DC rates.
Okay, thank you, Martin and Barb. And you're muted, Martin.
My apologies, $5 into the bin. Kind of jumping on what Michael was saying about surplus land that we do have. When it comes back to, I think it was page 207, you talked about DC installment payments for rental units and nonprofit housing and the percentage. Could you explain to me how they would work, installment payments on DCs for those specific type of buildings? And what kind of percentage are you looking at? Because you still want to recoup the DC, so the percentage might have to be a good hike level, isn't it? Or
so my understanding, since it's a new part of the act, and Watson will have to clarify going forward. My understanding is the building that they build, it's probably an earlier period where we determine what the DC rate amount is, and then we divide that by 20 years that they have to pay it over. So, and I know there's going to be percentages and methodology on how that's calculated.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, Barbara?
I think my question ties to Michael and Martin's comment, when we were, and it goes back to the recreation discussion, and maybe this is, as you said, Liam, a question for Watson and Associates. When we're thinking, outward and a vision, if we take the example of Memorial Park and the vision that Kevin proposed as a possibility where we, do a twin pad, a community center and an indoor pool and that in land that we currently have versus where the arena currently is, and that was repurposed. So when, to your point, Liam, you can't purchase property for ballparks and soccer fields. So you could repurpose existing land. I think just keeping it on our radar for when we do meet with Watson and Associates to think about those vision plans.
I agree. I'm just going to qualify that yes, ballparks and soccer parks can't come out of the DC charges. Right. So that's why we have a separate parkland acquisition charge that would be affected by. That's why it's not eligible under the DC Act.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Dave wants to add something.
Martin? Oh, Dave.
Yeah, Dave, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, there was a comment earlier about, are we collecting fast enough for too fast? Well, that kind of thing. Have we collected enough of this 25 million? And I guess what I want to do is put in your minds when we're thinking about development charges and establishing the cost of the project. So let's say the project is 2 million. That would be, then we'd ask the question is how soon do we want that? So let's say we want it in 2028. We're better to say we want the project sooner than later, because we don't want to fund later after we've built it. So the idea is under project your timelines and make it that you're going to have it in the DC bylaw that you need it sooner, or at least no, you were not going to need it any earlier than that date. And that will help speed up collection. Because if you want it in 2028, you better say so, but it may delay based on slowdowns or whatever, and it may be 2030 or 2032. It is in reverse with growth. You're better to understate your growth a bit and allow growth to exceed that, because you want to collect at a rate that's going to meet that 2028 deadline with conservative growth. If growth comes in more aggressively, you're going to collect more money and be in a better place. So those are two things to make sure we understate growth and understate or bring the project into the full needed if growth was more aggressive. So I hope that there may be questions there, but that's something we need to be cognizant of when discussing DCs and the project timelines and making sure we get growth in the right at the.
Okay, thanks. Martin, then Barb.
Yeah, thank you, John. Going back to the current charges, talking about growth, when we look at the municipal-wide services, total rural, total urban, that's quite a big chunk of money. But when we're looking at the non-residential, the square footage of the gross floor area for warehouses or whatever, how do we actually come up? I know there's a formulation, but to get more growth with industry, is that 1339? Is that competitive, or is that figure holding it back? That kind of growth.
I'm afraid I don't know the details. I don't know if Dave.
I think we maybe lost Martin a bit there.
Oh,
he was asking
about
the.
Well, yeah, and I guess what you'll see.
Dave, it's you that's delayed. You maybe want to turn your video off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but basically,
can you hear me now?
My question was, I can understand. Yep.
So I think I heard your question. Is 1339 competitive? And that will get flushed out a bit in the BMA study, but it was. There is an assessment or an analysis in every DC bylaw about what your area looks like in comparison to single family compared to apartments or other DC buckets, and including the 1339.
Okay.
Is that
Yep.
competitive with Shelburne and Grey Highlands and North Wellington and so on the round? So you'll see that. And we're less than Orangeville and less than Shelburne, but we're more than our maybe neighbors to the north. And a lot of that is dictated by distance from the city.
Yeah. Okay.
I just
Thank you.
add to that briefly.
Sure.
So
And
I
I
just want
guess
to comment.
the other comment I would make to that is that we are not seeing it from an economic development standpoint as a deterrent.
Okay, so I just wanted to add that what Southgate will do is go through and identify what we anticipate our costs to be and what our growth is, and come up with a rate, and say that comes to $13.39. That is and let's just say that's the maximum we're allowed to charge. We are allowed to charge less if we want. So part of the DC study will be comparing ourselves against our peers, our neighbors, to see if that $13.39 is competitive or not, and whether or not we want to collect less in order to be more competitive.
Okay. That's great, guys. Thank you very much.
Barb.
A couple of things and then my question. I think being competitive with neighboring municipalities that actually have development charges, and then there's other municipalities that have chosen not to charge development charges on types of structures to attract business or jobs. I guess 5 years ago, when we were guessing about the cost of construct, or even longer, because the Eco Park Highway 10 bypass road's been on the block for a while. Who knew that costs of construction would skyrocket as they did in the last 2 years? Are our estimates still in line for building some of these services? You know, I just used the Eco Park bypass road as an example, but you know, any of these costs, are we in for a surprise when they reevaluate what the actual cost of a multi-use facility might be in 8 years?
Go ahead, Liam.
Yes.
So the answer is yes. You shouldn't be surprised, because you've heard all the rates going up, the construction prices going up, but you might still be surprised by how much they've gone up. We'll use like all the rates in here were what the amounts that we thought it might construct a multi-use facility in 2017 in the future. But we know that that is not the case, type of thing. And that's why one of the reasons why this DC bylaw is indexed every year, because we know the costs go up. And I just want to clarify that even though that we have in the DC study, we're going to spend $3 million on this project. If we spend $4 million, it's still eligible. It's just that we haven't recovered enough, and we can recover that going forward.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions?
Jim Ellis has his hand up, Mayor.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'd just like to touch on the community hub center or something along that lines. Presentation I just was involved in recently, and there was a scheme that King Township used, and they had their town hall apparently with a gym and a community space built in the middle. And somehow they were able to have DCs brought into the picture because of how they coordinated that. So again, some creative ways to maybe look at something and be able to get it on to the developers too.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. That's good. I think that's the key, is looking at some of those things. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll go to the motion then. Is anyone opposed to the motion? That is carried. Now I'll entertain a motion for us to go back. Oh, thanks, Liam. I'll entertain a motion for us to go back to council. Need a mover and seconder. Michael and Jim, any discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that is carried. Now we have 9.1, these are the motions resulting from the committee meeting. Be it resolved, council received the Listec International Inc. presentation for information. Mover and seconder, Barb, and need a seconder, Martin. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That is carried. Next one is the code of conduct for information. Mover and seconder, please. Jason and Martin. Discussion? Anyone opposed? Carried. 9.3, that's the roads discussion. Mover and seconder. Michael and Jim. Any discussion on that? Can't see Jason just, I think got probably bumped. Okay, anyone opposed to that motion? That is carried. 9.4, the Recreation Department presentation. Mover and seconder, please. Michael and Barbara. Discussion? Is anyone opposed? That is carried. And then development charges. I need a mover and seconder for. Martin and a seconder. Michael, any discussion? Okay, anyone opposed? And that is carried. Next, we have staff report from Lindsay about the Chamber's audiovisual design and thing, the proposal. So I need a mover and seconder to put that on the floor. Jim and Michael. Okay, Lindsay, you want to go ahead with that? Jason, I just see you're back in. So we're on Lindsay's report at 10.1. Okay, go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. This one is pretty straightforward, just trying to get it released early so we can get a firm in to install all the audio and visual. So we'll, I guess, see what kind of responses we get and go from there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Barb?
Through you. Hi, Lindsay. And good report. Excited that we're getting close to even considering technology. Is your vision for it to, if council chambers ever moved, could it be repurposed? I know technology doesn't usually last more than 5 or 8 years anyway. And you are looking at that hybrid model. So have you looked at other municipalities that are already incorporating that, how it's working, maybe at the county, or because it's pretty good if you've got the right technology. And then my final question was the technology that was currently or was in the previous council chambers. I know you're looking to hopefully reuse the microphones, but could those TVs we did realize they weren't quite large enough, but would they be repurposed, say, at the library or another facility?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor DeBrain. So, yeah, I hope that if we had to change facilities, I hope we don't have to, but if we did, I would hope that it would, correspond. But like you said, technology gets outdated so easily, so that would remain to be seen. But I have discussed with a lot of the other clerks in Grey County. A lot of them are doing the hybrid. That seems to work really well, so that's definitely what we'll be doing, and that members and the public can participate electronically and at the meeting at the same time. Same sort of thing that most municipalities are now doing since COVID, and we all seem to share our procedures and that sort of thing. So we'll be in line with what the majority of other municipalities in Ontario are doing in regards to hybrid. So that's the hope, or that's what we will do. I say hope, but that's what I'm going to accomplish, because that's what I want going forward. So that's what we'll do for there. And your last question, the use of the microphones. That they're kind of dated. They might be able to use them, might not. And I'm not sure. I've seen another couple municipalities looking if any other municipalities are willing to sell them because they can't buy them. So we could have a bit of a issue finding more microphones. We seem to not have enough of them. So I'm not sure exactly if we'll be able to use them or not, but we could potentially sell them to another municipality if there's that need from someone else. I think I covered all your questions. I might have missed one.
Other than repurposing anything that, and I think you're touching on those things, and certainly I understand that, you know, we have so many microphones, but if we need, you know, multiples and they're not compatible with the additional ones you purchase, then you need to buy a whole new set so
exactly.
that it's one complete system.
Yeah. And the TVs, you asked about the TVs. So yeah, we're getting definitely larger screen TVs. I know that Ethan in Rec was looking at he might have actually taken one already, but definitely the ones that are in the municipal office right now, we can repurpose for sure.
Okay, awesome. And just one further, Mayor Woodbury, with regard to the hybrid model, given that Council Chambers is now going to be on the southwest corner of southwest end of our municipality, I just want to put it out there for us to think about within that hybrid model, especially for evening meetings, that we consider staff participation the best use of their time, the environment, commuting, travel, and safety also in the wintertime. So I know that you've got that on your horizon to bring up, but just putting it out there for us to start thinking about. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to this motion? And that is carried. Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we can go into I'll need a mover and seconder to go into closed. It'll be it resolved, council proceed into closed session at 1:52 in order to address matters relating to solicitor client privilege and personal matters about identifiable individuals. The subject would be March 2nd, 2022 council delegation reporting out a verbal report, and personal matters about an identifiable individual. The subjects of 2021 CAO review and 2022 goals, and that's a verbal report. And that HR coordinator Kayla Best, Public Works Manager Jim Ellis, Fire Chief Derek Melnick, Clerk Lindsay Green, and CAO David Milner remain in attendance. Do I have a mover and seconder for that? Jim and Martin. Okay, any discussion? Is anyone opposed? Okay, that is carried. So we'll take a break for a couple of minutes while we get to that. Lindsay, tonight's meeting, is that staff-led or council-led?
No, it's council-led. It's the real, like a normal public planning meeting for just for the official plan this time.
Yep, okay.
Looks like we have everyone, Mayor Woodbury.
Okay, so we'll come back to order here. Oops. We have a couple of motions coming out of closed. If you'd like to read the motions, Lindsay, and I'll get movers and seconders.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Woodbury. So the first motion for 11.1, solicitor client privilege and personal matters about an identifiable individual, subject March 2nd, 2022, council delegation reporting out. Verbal report. The motion is, be it resolved that council receive the verbal report regarding the March 2nd, 2022 delegation to council as information, and that council direct staff to provide an update regarding the March 2nd, 2022 council delegation.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Jason will move it and Martin will second it. Okay. If there was any discussion, we did that in closed. So I'll call a question. Is anyone opposed to that motion? That is carried. Thank you. And we can move on to the second one.
So the second motion coming out of closed session for 11.2, which was personal matters about an identifiable individual. Subject was the 2021 CAO review and 2022 goals, a verbal report. Motion is, be it resolved that council receive the verbal report regarding the 2021 CAO review and 2022 goals as information, and that council direct staff to bring the updated 2022 goals to the April 6th, 2022 council meeting.
Thank you. Mover and seconder, please. Barbara and Michael. And then I'll call the question on that. Is anyone opposed to that motion? And that is, I don't know why I muted myself. I think I was just tired. So next we have the confirming bylaw. Mover and seconder, please. Jason.
I'll second it.
And Martin.
Martin.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, go ahead, Lindsay, with the vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote called for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yeah, yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne is absent. Councillor Frew?
Yes.
Councillor Dobreen?
In favor?
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
By a vote of 6-0, that's carried.
Okay, we have one last motion, and I don't know how we do that without Brian. Oh, okay, Barb's gonna move it.
Can I do it? Can
we
I do
adjourn. Yes, yes. So thank you, everybody, and I think a lot went into today's meeting. So thank you, staff, and I guess we'll see most of you tonight for the planning meeting for the official plan. So thank you.